For over 35 years, the Legend of Zelda series has captivated players with its timeless sense of adventure, epic quests, and unforgettable characters. In 2017, Nintendo introduced a bold new chapter to this legacy with The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. Spanning two console generations, the Wii U and the Nintendo Switch, this groundbreaking title redefined open-world gaming, breathed new life into established conventions, and set a benchmark that continues to inspire developers today. On March 3, 2025, Breath of the Wild turned 8 years old. This is a Nerd History mini-doc from the Nerd History Podcast and Love Thy Nerd. Breath of the Wild is an action-adventure game released in March 2017 for the Nintendo Switch and the Wii U. Set at the very end of the Zelda timeline, it follows an amnesiac Link on a desperate quest to save Princess Zelda and stop the catastrophic Calamity Ganon. But what truly defines this title is the vast and vibrant world of Hyrule, a realm designed to be explored freely, without rigid structure or linear progression. This freedom to experiment and discover is a hallmark of Breath of the Wild. Despite telling a classic story, hero saves princess, fights ancient evil, this entry breaks with many of the series' familiar formulas. Players are encouraged to chart their own paths, overcome puzzles in creative ways, and tackle the main quest in any order they see fit. It's an open-world experience unlike anything the franchise had done before, and fans and critics alike quickly took notice. The journey to create Breath of the Wild began immediately after the release of Skyward Sword in 2011. Over the course of 5 years, Zelda series producer Eiji Aonuma and director Hidemaro Fujibayashi led a team at Nintendo EPD, tasked with rethinking the very foundations of The Legend of Zelda. Nintendo's goal was simple in theory, but ambitious in practice: break the conventions of Zelda. This meant challenging assumptions about dungeon order, puzzle design, and how players traverse the world. Key inspirations included Shadow of the Colossus, celebrated for its sense of scale and climbing mechanics, and The Elder Scrolls V: Skyrim, famed for its rich open-world exploration. Seeking additional expertise in large-scale world design, Nintendo brought in Monolith Soft, the studio known for the Xenoblade Chronicles series. They helped sculpt Hyrule's vast topography, ensuring that every mountain, valley, and river offered new vistas and hidden secrets to unearth. Originally slated for 2015, Breath of the Wild experienced multiple delays as the team fine-tuned its physics engine and massive open world. In the end, Nintendo released it worldwide on March 3, 2017, simultaneously launching it on the newly arrived Nintendo Switch and marking it as the final Nintendo-published title on the Wii U. The game was met with near-universal acclaim, securing numerous Game of the Year awards. Critics praised its immersive open-ended gameplay, the meticulously crafted open world, and its attention to detail. A few criticisms were aimed at certain technical hiccups and frame rate drops, but these paled in comparison to the game's overall achievement. By December 2024, the game had sold an astonishing 34.32 million copies, making it not only the best-selling Zelda game, but also one of the top-selling video games of all time. So why does Breath of the Wild stand out among open-world games? It goes beyond mere scale. This is a world brimming with creative possibilities, guided by two key innovations: a robust physics engine and a chemistry engine. Every object has weight and physical properties. Gravity, momentum, and elemental interactions all play a crucial role. During thunderstorms, for instance, metal objects will attract lightning. This might force you to remove your metal weapon and shield, or, more cleverly, toss them into an enemy camp for an electrifying surprise. The result is a true sandbox approach. There is rarely a single correct solution. By combining runes, weapons, and environmental interactions, you create your own path forward, turning Breath of the Wild into a playground of experimentation. Players control Link and can run, swim, climb, and glide across Hyrule's varied landscapes, limited only by a stamina meter. Weapons and shields degrade with use, encouraging players to adapt constantly, experimenting with whatever they can scavenge. Cooking becomes essential for survival. By combining raw ingredients gathered from the wild like fish, mushroom, and monster parts, Link can create meals and elixirs that restore health, boost stamina, or grant elemental resistances. Link's Sheikah Slate, a mysterious ancient tablet, acts as his toolkit. It places markers on the map, snaps photographs for an in-game compendium, and unleashes special abilities like remote bombs, metal object manipulation, ice block formation, and stasis powers to freeze objects in time. Scattered across Hyrule are over 100 shrines, mini-dungeons containing puzzles or combat challenges. Completing them earns spirit orbs, which you can trade for additional health or stamina. Meanwhile, the colossal divine beasts provide more complex puzzle solving. Piloting these great mechanical animals becomes a central step in weakening Ganon's hold on Hyrule. Hidden throughout the land are Korok seeds, gathered from solving small environmental puzzles. Collecting these seeds expands your inventory space for swords, shields, and bows. This fusion of exploration and reward fosters a sense of constant discovery. In this iteration of Hyrule's legend, the ancient Sheikah had once built an advanced civilization, guarded by 4 divine beasts and an army of guardians. Calamity Ganon threatened their world 10,000 years ago, only to be sealed away by the combined might of the champions Princess Zelda and the heroic knight who wielded the Master Sword. A millennium later, Hyrule's people prophesized Ganon's return, excavating the divine beasts and guardians to prepare. Though Princess Zelda desperately honed her latent powers and assembled new champions, Mipha of the Zora, Rivali of the Rito, Durak of the Gorons, and Urbosa of the Gerudo, Calamity Ganon struck first, seizing control of the Guardians and Divine Beasts. King Rome fell, the champions perished, and Link himself was gravely wounded. Zelda saved him by unlocking her sealing powers and placing him in a healing chamber. 100 years later, Link awakens, amnesiac, in a ruined kingdom. Tasked by the spirit of King Rome, he sets out to free the corrupted divine beasts, reclaim the Master Sword, and ultimately challenge Ganon at Hyrule Castle. In the final showdown, Link confronts a bestial, raging Ganon. With the divine beast's help and the Bow of Light granted by Zelda, he vanquishes the ancient evil, allowing Princess Zelda to seal away Calamity Ganon for good. Hyrule, though devastated, stands ready to rebuild. A journey you can witness in a special post-credit scene if you've recovered all of Link's lost memories. In 2017, Nintendo released 2 DLC packs through an expansion pass, the Master Trials and the Champion's Ballad. The Master Trials added a higher difficulty mode, Master Mode, that upgrades enemies' ranks and grants them health regeneration. It introduced the Trial of the Sword, a demanding gauntlet where Link starts with no gear. Surviving it fully powers up the Master Sword. It also featured handy tools like the Korok Mask, which detects hidden Koroks, and the Hero's Path feature, which traces your steps on the map. The Champion's Ballad explored the backstories of Mipha, Rivali, Durak, and Urbosa, providing further insight into their journeys and your final confrontation with Ganon. Along with it came additional shrines, boss challenges, and the awe-inspiring Master Cycle Zero, a rideable motorcycle that merges medieval fantasy with modern fun, a vehicle that was later seen in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe for the Nintendo Switch. Breath of the Wild stands as a monumental achievement, a game many consider among the greatest of all time. Its emphasis on physics-based gameplay, emergent design, and non-linear exploration has become the gold standard for open-world experiences. Developers across the globe have taken notes, adopting similar sandbox elements that prioritize player experimentation and freedom. The influence of Breath of the Wild reached far beyond its 2017 release. A 2020 spin-off, Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, delved into the thrilling Musou-style prequel storyline. Then in 2023, Nintendo launched the direct sequel, Tears of the Kingdom, expanding on the foundations laid by Breath of the Wild and further evolving the open-world Zelda formula. In The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild, Nintendo crafted a world that truly felt alive, a place where curiosity sparks genuine wonder, and experimentation leads to memorable stories only you can create. Its astonishing sales success and countless awards testify to its role as a landmark in modern gaming. For longtime fans of the series, it was a fresh evolution of beloved traditions. For newcomers, it offered an expansive frontier waiting to be explored. And so, the legend continues. As the Kingdom of Hyrule rebuilds, Link and Zelda's tale marches on, both in the games themselves and in the hearts of the millions of players who have walked this path. The impact of Breath of the Wild resonates across the gaming world, reminding us that sometimes the greatest adventures happen when we break the rules, step off the beaten path, and discover our own way forward. Hey everyone, Radio Matt here from the Nerd History Podcast, and today in Nerd History, we hope you enjoyed our first Nerd History mini-doc, short-form documentaries that are designed to both celebrate the piece of nerd culture we're highlighting for the current fans of it, and also to inform the curious who have never experienced it before in hopes that they'll give it a good look. This is something new we're trying, so if you enjoyed it and would like us to take these kind of looks at other games, movies, TV shows, tech, and more, then leave a comment below or send us a message on the socials at NerdHistoryLTN. Thank you for watching, and remember, Jesus loves you, nerds. The Undertaker's streak at WrestleMania is widely considered one of the most iconic accomplishments in the history of professional wrestling. For 21 consecutive years, Mark Calloway, known to fans as The Undertaker, entered WWE's biggest event undefeated. The streak began at WrestleMania 7 in 1991 and remained intact until WrestleMania 30 in 2014. The Undertaker's undefeated record at WrestleMania became synonymous with the event itself, drawing attention to both his unmatched dominance and the mystique of the WWE's most celebrated annual spectacle. Today, we will explore how The Undertaker's streak grew to be one of the most significant stories in wrestling history, why it captivated millions, and how its unexpected end shocked the entire wrestling world. This is a Nerd History mini-doc. The Undertaker's first appearance at WrestleMania came in 1991 at WrestleMania 7, where he faced the legendary Jimmy Superfly Snuka. At the time, The Undertaker was still a newcomer in WWE, and this match was far from what we would later recognize as The Streak. However, it marked the beginning of something special. The match itself wasn't a high-profile bout on the card, but it showcased The Undertaker's dominant persona and brutal finishing move, the Tombstone Piledriver. With a straightforward victory over Snuka, The Undertaker set the stage for his future success. But it was also an important moment in cementing his larger-than-life character. This was the first of many victories that would build the legendary streak. As The Undertaker's career progressed, he became a staple in WWE's roster, and his annual appearances at WrestleMania were met with increasing excitement. What began as a streak of wins would eventually become a storyline all on its own, with fans eagerly anticipating each new challenge that The Undertaker would overcome at WrestleMania. After his victory over Snuka at WrestleMania 7, The Undertaker continued his WrestleMania dominance. His subsequent appearances were often filled with increasingly impressive opponents, adding to the mystique of his character. At WrestleMania 8 in 1992, The Undertaker defeated Jake the Snake Roberts in a match that helped further solidify him as a top-tier performer. The Undertaker's eerie, undead persona was becoming a fixture at WrestleMania, and each year his wins began to feel like more than just a series of victories. They were beginning to build a legend. By WrestleMania 9, The Undertaker's undefeated record was starting to gain more recognition. In his match against Giant Gonzalez, the finish wasn't a traditional one due to a disqualification, but it was a testament to Undertaker's resilience. Despite the less-than-perfect match, The Undertaker's streak stayed intact, and his legacy began to feel more important as WWE fans started to realize they were witnessing something extraordinary. Even when The Undertaker missed WrestleMania 10 due to injury, it didn't slow down the momentum he had started. His return in 1995 saw him continue his streak, this time by defeating King Kong Bundy at WrestleMania 11. The streak was acknowledged by the commentary team, and for the first time it became clear that The Undertaker's undefeated record at WrestleMania wasn't just a coincidence, it was part of a greater story that was unfolding. As The Undertaker's career progressed, so did the significance of his streak. With each passing year, the streak became an event in itself, with fans eagerly awaiting the next chapter. The early 90s were filled with different feuds, but it was at WrestleMania 13 in 1997 that the streak began to feel like a true legacy. In that time, The Undertaker faced Psycho Sid for the WWF Championship, and after a dramatic match, The Undertaker claimed the title for the second time in his career. This victory helped build even more momentum for his ongoing streak. However, it was The Undertaker's feud with his storyline brother Kane at WrestleMania 14 in 1998 that truly began to add layers to the mystique of the streak. With Kane, one of the most imposing characters in WWE history, coming after The Undertaker, it created an emotional storyline that saw both men clash at the biggest stage of them all. This was a moment that fans would never forget. Though Kane kicked out of The Undertaker's Tombstone Piledriver, the dead man triumphed in the end, pushing his streak to 6-0. From there, The Undertaker's matches grew more intense and compelling. The streak wasn't just about winning anymore. It was about the high stakes and the larger-than-life competitors he faced. Matches with Shawn Michaels, Triple H, and others cemented The Undertaker's role as a WrestleMania fixture, and every victory added a new layer to his mythos. In 2000, The Undertaker reinvented himself with a new persona, the American Badass, a tough biker with a no-nonsense attitude. This shift brought a new dimension to his character, and it also meant that The Undertaker's annual WrestleMania matches would be different. His first match under the new persona came at WrestleMania 17 in 2001, where he faced Triple H in a brutal encounter that saw The Undertaker use his biker persona to fight dirty and win. The American Badass persona didn't just affect his character, it influenced his in-ring style. The Undertaker was no longer just the eerie dead man. He was now a brawler who could take and dish out punishment. Over the next few years, he faced several prominent figures, including Ric Flair and Big Show. but it was his match against Ric Flair at WrestleMania 18 in 2002 that was a standout, as it showcased a combination of athleticism and storytelling that kept the streak alive and well. However, the American Badass era had a short run, and by WrestleMania 20, The Undertaker's persona shifted back to the Dead Man character. Despite the persona change, the streak continued to thrive, and The Undertaker's ability to adapt while maintaining his undefeated record at the event solidified his place as one of the greatest WrestleMania performers of all time. One of the most significant chapters in the story of The Undertaker's streak came in 2009, when Shawn Michaels, arguably one of the best in-ring performers ever, challenged The Undertaker for his undefeated streak at WrestleMania. The storyline revolved around Michaels being the one man who could defeat the Dead Man, and the match delivered in every way possible. The two men created what many fans consider the greatest WrestleMania match of all time, filled with incredible near falls, signature moves, and emotional storytelling. The crowd was fully invested, and The Undertaker's wide-eyed look of desperation when Michaels kicked out of his tombstone piledriver only added to the drama. In the end, The Undertaker secured the victory with a second tombstone piledriver, keeping his streak intact. Their rematch at WrestleMania 26 was just as emotional, with Michaels putting his career on the line to try to end the streak. This time, Michaels was the one to be left broken as The Undertaker delivered another tombstone to end the match, and with it, Michaels' career. These two matches are regarded by many as the pinnacle of the streak, adding layers of meaning and drama to what was already one of the most compelling stories in wrestling history. The streak remained intact for an incredible 21 years, but at WrestleMania 30 in 2014, the unthinkable happened. In a shocking moment that left the WWE Universe stunned, Brock Lesnar, who had been positioned as an unstoppable force himself, defeated The Undertaker in one of the most controversial and unforgettable matches in WrestleMania history. The Undertaker's loss to Lesnar marked the end of the streak, and the emotional impact was felt throughout the arena. Fans were in disbelief as the match ended with The Undertaker lying on the canvas, his undefeated record at WrestleMania shattered. For many, this was a turning point in WWE history. The streak had defined The Undertaker's legacy, and its end would forever be remembered as one of the most shocking moments in the industry. After the match, The Undertaker was legitimately injured and taken to the hospital, adding to the realness of the moment. The decision to end the streak was controversial, with some fans and wrestlers alike questioning whether it was the right choice, but in the end, Brock Lesnar's victory ensured that the streak, while over, would always be a part of WWE's history. After the end of The Undertaker's legendary streak, his relationship with WrestleMania changed, but he remained a prominent figure at the event. The years following his loss to Lesnar would still see The Undertaker compete in some of the most memorable bouts of his career, albeit with the streak no longer intact. At WrestleMania 31, The Undertaker faced Bray Wyatt, whose eerie supernatural persona aligned well with the Dead Man's legacy. While The Undertaker was no longer defending his streak, this encounter helped to re-establish him as a dominant force at WrestleMania. After a hard-fought battle, The Undertaker defeated Wyatt, marking his first win post-streak, bringing his record to 22-1. The following year at WrestleMania 32, The Undertaker competed against Shane McMahon in a Hell in a Cell match. This bout was steeped in personal drama, with McMahon challenging The Undertaker to put his WrestleMania legacy on the line. The match also had a huge stipulation. If McMahon won, he would gain control of the WWE. The Undertaker emerged victorious, maintaining his reputation at WrestleMania and securing a key moment in his legacy. At WrestleMania 33, The Undertaker faced Roman Reigns in what became one of the most emotional moments in the career of the Dead Man. Reigns, a rising star of WWE, defeated The Undertaker in a no-holds-barred match, and after the victory, The Undertaker had a moment where he symbolically retired his hat, coat, and gloves in the center of the ring. This moment was poignant and left fans questioning whether this was truly the end of The Undertaker at WrestleMania. His match against Reigns marked the end of his WrestleMania run for many, leaving fans to speculate on the final chapter of his legendary career. In WrestleMania 34, The Undertaker made a surprise return to battle John Cena in a quick but intense match. The build-up had been one of the most entertaining storylines of the year, with Cena calling out The Undertaker. The dead man accepted and defeated Cena in a relatively brief encounter. This match was a return to form for The Undertaker, proving that even after the streak had ended, he could still bring the same intensity and presence to the grand stage. His final match at WrestleMania 36 came against AJ Styles in a unique Boneyard match. This cinematic match was unlike anything the fans had seen before, as it took place in a graveyard and was presented as a short film. Cinematic matches became very popular during the COVID-19 era where fans could not be in attendance. The match, built around The Undertaker's iconic persona, allowed him to use his storytelling skills and larger-than-life presence in a different way. After an intense battle, The Undertaker emerged victorious, cementing his legacy as one of the most innovative and enduring figures in WWE history. It's customary in wrestling for a veteran to lose their final match, symbolizing the passing of the torch to the next generation. However, in The Undertaker's case, WWE chose to give him a rare victorious send-off. This decision could have been influenced by several factors, including his years of loyalty to the company, his vital role as a locker room leader, and his mentorship of multiple generations of wrestlers. Additionally, The Undertaker's long-standing legacy as a fan-favorite character who had been a cornerstone of WWE for over 3 decades made it fitting for him to have a final moment of triumph. His victory in the Boneyard match not only solidified his legendary status, but also gave fans a fitting farewell to the man who had been a part of their lives for so many years. The Undertaker's streak was far more than just a series of wins. It was a saga that defined not only his career, but also the legacy of WrestleMania itself. For 21 years, the dead man was the embodiment of WrestleMania, a symbol of dominance, mystery, and resilience. Even though the streak was eventually broken, The Undertaker's legacy remains intact, and his name will forever be associated with WrestleMania. Whether you were there to witness the streak unfold, or you're just now discovering its significance, The Undertaker's streak will forever hold a special place in the hearts of wrestling fans everywhere. Even after The Undertaker had his last match, Mark Calloway continues to influence the wrestling landscape. At WrestleMania 40, he had a brief but impactful moment in the spotlight during the main event, reminding fans of his enduring presence. Beyond that, Calloway serves as a coach and mentor to younger talent, helping shape the next generation of WWE superstars who hope to one day make their main roster debut. While Mark Calloway may not have been the face of WWE, like Hulk Hogan, Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock, or John Cena, he has undoubtedly been the backbone of the company for decades. His in-ring career may now rest in peace, but his legacy will never die. Hey everyone, Radio Matt here. Thank you for joining us for another Nerd History mini-doc. If you like this, leave a comment and let me know if we should keep doing them and what topics you'd like to see covered. We are currently on the road to WrestleMania, and Love Thy Nerd has put out a whole host of new wrestling content lately, plus a brand new pro wrestling resource list filled with every article, podcast, video, and short. If you'd like to learn more about The Undertaker, John and I did a full Superstar Spotlight episode on the Two Words podcast a few seasons ago that you can check out. And if you want to learn more about WrestleMania, John and I will be doing a special crossover podcast here in 2 weeks, where we will talk about the nerd history of WrestleMania first, and then transition into focusing on this year's WrestleMania event in an epic nerd history 2 words double episode. You can look for that to release on April 16th. Until then, remember, Jesus loves you, nerds. For 4 decades, one event has defined professional wrestling on a global scale. The lights, the moments, the legends. It all happens at WrestleMania. This is a 4-part documentary series tracing the rise, the chaos, the reinvention, and the legacy of WWE's biggest night. From the birth of Hulkamania to the fall of the Bloodline, this is the nerd history of WrestleMania. Before the lights, the stadiums, and the global reach, there was an idea. WrestleMania didn't start as a sure thing. It started as a gamble. Over 10 years, it grew from a celebrity-stacked variety show into a proving ground for icons. Hogan, Savage, Warrior, Brett, Shawn. These were the years when moments became mythology, and when Madison Square Garden was the center of the wrestling universe. This is the story of how WrestleMania became WrestleMania. So picture this. It's 1985. Pro wrestling is still living in regional territories, not the global machine we know today. But Vince McMahon, he had a vision. He didn't just want to grow the WWF, he wanted to flip the whole industry on its head. He wanted a mega event, something that combined wrestling, celebrities, and mainstream entertainment into one massive spectacle. That's how WrestleMania was born. WrestleMania 1, to be exact, March 31st, 1985, Madison Square Garden. McMahon had put everything on the line, financially and professionally, betting that this one night could launch his company into a new stratosphere. Vince McMahon financed WrestleMania 1 with personal money. If the event bombed, he wouldn't just lose a show, he'd lose the entire company. And it worked. The event aired on closed-circuit TV to over 1 million people. It didn't just succeed, it became the foundation for the biggest brand in wrestling. If it had flopped, World Wrestling Entertainment probably wouldn't be here today. He brought in names that turned heads: Muhammad Ali, Cyndi Lauper, Liberace, and Mr. T. Pop star Cyndi Lauper's involvement wasn't just for show. Her MTV fame brought in a whole new audience, especially young fans. Her feud with manager Lou Albano sparked the rock and wrestling connection, which helped launch WWF into mainstream culture. The main event, Hulk Hogan and Mr. T teaming up against Roddy Piper and Paul Orndorff. It wasn't about pure wrestling anymore, it was entertainment. But Mr. T, the celebrity co-main eventer, nearly backed out the day of the show due to backstage tension, mainly with Roddy Piper, who didn't want a non-wrestler in his spotlight. Cooler heads and likely business minds prevailed. WrestleMania 1 wasn't just a wrestling show, it was a moment, a make-or-break gamble that ended up reshaping the entire business. WrestleMania 1 was a hit. The gamble paid off. So for WrestleMania 2, the World Wrestling Federation decided to go bigger, and not just in hype, in geography. On April 7th, 1986, WrestleMania 2 became the first and only Mania to be broadcast live from 3 different cities on the same night. The idea was to make it feel like a coast-to-coast event, a national spectacle. The concept was ambitious. Maybe too ambitious. The technical side was clunky, crowd reactions were all over the place, and the pacing dragged, but in terms of spectacle, it still delivered moments people talk about. Vince McMahon wasn't trying to top WrestleMania 1 with better wrestling, he wanted a bigger show. WrestleMania 2 was about expanding reach, proving this wasn't a one-time phenomenon. Vince tried to take WrestleMania nationwide, literally, by running it in 3 cities at once: Madison Square Garden in New York, the Rosemont Horizon in Chicago, and the LA Memorial Sports Arena. It had never been done before in wrestling. Each location had its own mini-card. In New York, we saw Roddy Piper box Mr. T in a worked boxing match that ended in chaos. The 20-man Battle Royal in Chicago featured wrestlers and NFL stars, including the Bears' William the Refrigerator Perry, who got a huge reaction. He even had a moment where he tricked Big John Studd into thinking he was eliminated, only to pull Studd over the top rope instead. The main event in LA wasn't just about Hulk Hogan and King Kong Bundy, it was about the cage. This was Hogan's first steel cage match on pay-per-view, and the image of him climbing out, bloodied but victorious, became part of early WrestleMania lore. WrestleMania 2 wasn't perfect, but it proved WWF was serious about scale. It wasn't just about wrestling anymore, it was about pushing limits, whether or not the tech could keep up. WrestleMania 3 was wrestling turned into mythology. March 29th, 1987, the Pontiac Silverdome in Michigan, over 93,000 fans packed the place. At least that's the official number. The actual number is still debated, but no one denies it looked and felt enormous. That visual of the sea of fans in the Silverdome, iconic. Even if you shave it down, it is still the biggest crowd pro wrestling had ever seen at the time. The energy was unreal. This wasn't just a wrestling show anymore, it was a pop culture event. The card had some decent matches, but 2 moments defined the night. First, Ricky Steamboat versus Macho Man Randy Savage. It was for the Intercontinental title and it stole the show. Fast-paced, technical, emotional. It raised the bar for what a wrestling match could be in the WWF. Ricky Steamboat and Randy Savage meticulously planned their match move for move, over 150 spots, rehearsed and memorized. Savage, known for being obsessive with detail, helped create one of the most influential matches in WWE history. Fans still talk about it like it's gospel. Second, Hulk Hogan versus Andre the Giant. This was the big one. Andre was billed as undefeated for 15 years, a mountain of a man, and Hogan was the golden boy. The story was simple. The unstoppable force meets the immovable object. And then came the moment. Hogan slammed Andre. A body slam on a man weighing over 500 pounds. It wasn't smooth, it wasn't pretty, but it was legendary. The crowd erupted. That slam became the image of WrestleMania. Andre the Giant was in serious pain leading up to the main event. His back was so bad that just walking to the ring was a struggle. But he still went out there, did the match, and let Hogan slam him, something Andre had never allowed anyone to do on that stage. It was his way of passing the torch. WrestleMania 3 wasn't just a show, it was the moment wrestling felt truly massive, and it proved that moments matter more than moves. And this event delivered moments that still echo decades later. WrestleMania 4 was all about one thing: the World Wrestling Federation Championship. March 27, 1988, Atlantic City, inside Trump Plaza. Well, Trump Plaza was the host, but the actual arena was Boardwalk Hall, just branded with Trump's name. It gave the show a strange vibe: upscale, subdued crowd, lots of suits, not the typical rowdy wrestling atmosphere. The title was vacant going in, thanks to a chaotic storyline involving Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant, Ted DiBiase, and a referee twin screwjob. So instead of a typical card, WWF went tournament style. 14 men, one night, one tournament to crown a new champion. The setup was ambitious, but it made for a long night. A lot of matches were short, some forgettable. The tournament featured 16 total matches across the night, still the most matches on a single WrestleMania card. A lot of them were under 5 minutes just to keep the show moving. The story that carried through was about Macho Man Randy Savage. He wrestled 4 times in one night and made it all the way to the finals, where he faced Ted DiBiase, the $1 Million Man. Randy Savage changed his outfit for every round of the tournament, 4 different gear sets in one night. Only Macho Man would treat a tournament like a fashion show and a war zone at the same time. Savage got the win with some backup from Hulk Hogan at ringside. It was a watershed moment, Hogan helping Savage win gold, then lifting his arm in the air post-match. The crowd bought in. The Mega Powers Alliance was born. WrestleMania 4 might not have had the best matches, but it told a complete story. One that set the stage for Savage's rise, DiBiase's heat, and the eventual implosion of the Mega Powers. WrestleMania 5 was all about the fallout. 1 year after standing side by side, the Mega Powers exploded. April 2nd, 1989, back at Trump Plaza in Atlantic City, same venue as the year before, but this time it was personal. The main event was Hulk Hogan versus Macho Man Randy Savage for the WWF Championship. It wasn't just about the title. It was about jealousy, betrayal, and Miss Elizabeth caught in the middle. Savage thought Hogan was getting too close to her. Hogan thought Savage had lost his mind. The promos leading up to it were pure gold, intense, emotional, real enough that fans weren't sure where the act ended. The Mega Powers storyline wasn't just a wrestling feud. It played out like a full-on drama over the course of a year, with tension teased in subtle ways long before the blow-up. By the time they hit the ring, the crowd was fully locked in. Miss Elizabeth was kept neutral during the main event, standing in a corner that wasn't Hogan's or Savage's. Her presence added real emotional weight to the match, and fans were genuinely invested in her just as much as the two wrestlers. Hogan eventually went over, big boot, leg drop, 1, 2, 3, and won back the title. The Mega Powers were officially dead, and Hogan was back on top. The rest of the card had some solid moments. Rick Rude beating Ultimate Warrior for the Intercontinental title was a highlight. Rick Rude became the first person to pin Ultimate Warrior in a WWF match thanks to a little help from his manager, Bobby the Brain Heenan. It gave Rude huge credibility and set up Warrior's rise even stronger in the long run. But this show lived and died by the main event. It was wrestling soap opera at its finest. WrestleMania 5 might not have had the biggest crowd or the flashiest set, but it had a red-hot story. And that's what made it work. When wrestling feels personal, it hits harder. This one hit. WrestleMania 6 wasn't just another big show. It was a generational moment. April 1st, 1990, Toronto Sky Dome. Over 67,000 fans packed the place. The first WrestleMania held outside the US, and the vibe was electric. The Sky Dome crowd brought a different energy, less rowdy, but loud and invested the whole night. This time, it wasn't about good versus evil. It was about icon versus icon. Hulk Hogan versus the Ultimate Warrior. Champion versus champion. Title versus title. Both guys were babyfaces. Both were massively over. The fans were split. The WWF leaned into it. It was billed as the Ultimate Challenge. Hogan, the established legend, versus Warrior, the wild card rising star. And surprisingly, it delivered. Warrior and Hogan didn't put on a technical masterpiece, but the match had energy, suspense, and real emotion. Pat Patterson helped lay out the main event move by move. Warrior wasn't known for in-ring finesse, but with careful planning, they pulled off a match that had pacing and drama, one of the best of Warrior's career. In the end, Warrior cleanly beat Hogan, a passing of the torch moment right in the middle of the ring. Hogan even handed him the belt afterwards, selling the moment with a rare nod of humility. That ending was huge. Hogan had never lost clean like that on such a big stage. This wasn't just a win, it was a shift. WrestleMania 6 felt like a true changing of the guard. Even though Warrior's reign wouldn't last long, that moment, standing over Hogan holding both belts in the air, felt like the future had arrived. WrestleMania 7 was originally set for the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum, a massive outdoor stadium that would have held over 100,000 people. But a few months before the show, WWF moved it to the smaller LA Sports Arena. Officially, it was because of security concerns. Unofficially, they couldn't fill the seats. The main event was Sergeant Slaughter, as an Iraqi sympathizer, defending the WWF Championship against the All-American Hulk Hogan. Yeah, this was during the Gulf War. WWF leaned hard into the real-world tension. It was wild. Slaughter burned an American flag on TV, kind of, and Hogan was positioned as the savior of America. It was pure wrestling theater dialed up to 11. Hogan won the belt and waved the flag, classic Hulkamania moment, loud, over the top, and totally on brand. But the real heat of the show? Randy Savage versus the Ultimate Warrior in a career-ending match. The match featured 5 consecutive elbow drops from Savage, and Warrior still kicked out. That level of drama was unheard of at the time. Warrior won, but what happened after the bell was unforgettable. Miss Elizabeth, who'd been off-screen for months, came out of the crowd and saved Savage from an attack by Sensational Sherry. Savage and Elizabeth reunited in the ring. Fans were crying, grown men legit in tears. It turned Savage babyface again, and might have been the most emotional moment in WrestleMania history up to that point. WrestleMania 7 didn't break attendance records or produce 5-star classics, but it felt big. It was dramatic, chaotic, and full of character arcs that paid off. Jake the Snake Roberts brought out a live cobra during his match with Rick Martel in a blindfold match, one of the weirdest bouts ever booked. Fans had to help guide Jake by cheering when he got close to Martel. Silly? Yes. Memorable? Definitely. WrestleMania 7 had politics, pageantry, and pure pro wrestling soap opera. Not perfect, but unforgettable in its own way. WrestleMania 8 went down on April 5th, 1992, inside the Hoosier Dome in Indianapolis. Over 60,000 fans showed up, and the card looked stacked. You had Ric Flair as WWF champion, Hulk Hogan possibly wrestling his last match, and Randy Savage right back in the spotlight. On paper, it felt big, but the way it all played out, kinda strange. Everyone expected Hogan versus Flair, dream match, right? It had never happened on a WWF stage, but for whatever reason, politics, timing, backstage drama, they didn't book it. Instead, Ric Flair defended the WWF Championship against Randy Savage, while Hogan took on Sid Justice in the main event. Flair vs. Savage was a classic and had a killer build. Flair cut promos holding up fake photos of himself and Elizabeth, pretending they were lovers. Savage was so furious he didn't even wait for his entrance. He sprinted to the ring. Savage was unhinged, angry, ready to fight dirty. They went to war, and Savage pulled off the win. Emotional, gritty, and with Flair bleeding all over the place like it was NWA 1986. Easily the match of the night. Then came the Hogan-Sid main event, and it went sideways. The match was flat, and the finish was a mess. Papa Shango missed his cue to interfere, so Sid had to kick out of Hogan's leg drop, which almost never happened. Then the Ultimate Warrior ran back in. Surprise return, huge pop to save Hogan and send the crowd home happy. The whole thing felt like chaos patched together on the fly. The Ultimate Warrior's return was kept completely secret. No leaks, no promos. When he ran out to save Hogan, the crowd erupted. It was Warrior's first appearance in months and one of the loudest reactions of the night. Shawn Michaels had his first singles WrestleMania match here against Tito Santana. It wasn't a classic, but it quietly marked the beginning of HBK's rise as a solo star. WrestleMania 8 felt like a crossroads. Savage reclaimed the title, Warrior returned, Hogan looked like he was on his way out, and Flair, well, he bled all over the Hoosier Dome like a true champion. WrestleMania 9 was something. April 4th, 1993, live from Caesars Palace in Las Vegas. Outdoor setting, Roman theme, announcers in togas, including Jim Ross making his WWF debut while literally wearing a toga on his first night. It was weird from the jump. The show tried to go big with the visuals, but the actual content, rough. The main event was Yokozuna versus Bret Hitman Hart for the WWF Championship. Bret was the fighting champ, the workhorse. Yoko was the massive new heel being built as unstoppable. And you know what? The match was solid. Bret worked hard, had the crowd behind him until the ending. Yokozuna wins, kind of cheap thanks to Mr. Fuji throwing salt in Bret's eyes. The crowd stunned. Then Hulk Hogan shows up, completely unannounced. Fuji challenges Hogan on the spot to fight Yoko for the title. Hogan steps in, hits a clothesline and a leg drop, and wins the belt in like 22 seconds. It made zero sense. Bret just lost his title, and now Hogan's champion again, after not even being in the match. Fans were confused. Bret was supposed to be the new guy, the future. Instead, the 80s walked back in and took the spotlight. WrestleMania 9 was flashy, but creatively all over the place. It looked cool, but the storytelling, not so much. The Undertaker wrestled Giant Gonzalez, a man in a full bodysuit with airbrushed muscles and fur patches. The match was so bad it became infamous. Gonzalez chloroformed Taker, leading to a DQ. Yes, a disqualification at WrestleMania. Lex Luger debuted as the Narcissist, complete with mirrors, pyro, and posing. WWF clearly wanted him to be the next big thing, but the crowd didn't really bite. It was flashy, but flat. WrestleMania 9 tried to mix new stars with old ones, Roman vibes with Vegas flash, but it ended up feeling like a fever dream. And the Hogan ending? One of the most random, criticized finishes in Mania history. WrestleMania 10, March 20th, 1994, back at Madison Square Garden, right where it all began. No togas, no giant guys in fursuits, just wrestling. This show marked a shift. Less cartoon, more competition. The company was clearly moving away from the Hogan era and betting on new talent to carry the torch. The two standout matches, straight up classics. First, Bret Hart versus Owen Hart in the opener. Brother versus brother. Owen had snapped, jealous of Bret's spotlight, and he wanted to prove he was just as good, maybe better. And they delivered an absolute technical masterpiece. Owen got the clean win in the end, shocking the crowd. It was his night, for about 2 hours. Because in the main event, Bret Hart fought Yokozuna, again, for the WWF Championship. And this time, Bret got his redemption. He beat Yoko clean, and the locker room emptied out to celebrate with him. Bret was the guy now. The crowd knew it, the company knew it, and the show ended with him on top. But it wasn't just about Bret and Owen. The other classic, Razor Ramon versus Shawn Michaels in the first ever televised ladder match in WWF history. For the Intercontinental title, this match changed the game. Shawn flew around like a maniac. Razor brought the power, and they both risked everything. It wasn't just a title match, it was a blueprint for the future. The ladder match between Shawn and Razor wasn't actually the first WWF ladder match. Bret Hart and Shawn had done one at a house show prior to this. But this was the first time most fans ever saw one, and it stole the show. Lex Luger also had a WWF title shot that night, earlier in the card, but got disqualified. He was supposed to be the guy at one point, but by the end of the night, it was clear. Bret was the real top star. WrestleMania 10 didn't have the biggest names or the flashiest presentation, but it had heart. No pun intended. It proved WWF could move forward without Hogan, and that the next generation had already arrived. WrestleMania 10 was about proving wrestling could carry the show again, and with guys like Bret, Shawn, and Owen, it absolutely did. The mid-90s weren't always pretty. Business was down, the stars were fading, but out of the darkness came a shift. First quietly, then with a steel chair to the face. Austin, Rock, DX. The Attitude Era wasn't just a reinvention, it was a rebellion. And WrestleMania became the stage for that war. By the end of this run, legends retired, new kings were crowned, and WWE was no longer just surviving, it was thriving. This is the decade where the rules got broken, and this was never more apparent than at WrestleMania. WrestleMania 11 went down on April 2nd, 1995 in Hartford, Connecticut, which already felt like a weird choice. Small venue, smaller vibe, and the show leaned hard into celebrity appearances. In fact, the main event wasn't even a title match. It was NFL Hall of Famer Lawrence Taylor versus Bam Bam Bigelow. Yeah, you heard that right. Taylor versus Bigelow headlined the show. Not Shawn Michaels, not Diesel, not the WWF Championship. Lawrence Taylor's entrance was backed by a full NFL entourage, including Reggie White and Steve McMichael, while Bam Bam Bigelow rolled with the $1 Million Corporation. It felt more like a halftime show than a WrestleMania main event. The match was surprisingly decent for what it was. LT took it seriously, trained for it, and gave it way more effort than most celebrity matches. Bigelow bumped his buns off and made it work. Still, it was a sign of where the World Wrestling Federation was at the time, trying to get any mainstream buzz. Meanwhile, Diesel defended the WWF Championship against Shawn Michaels in a match that should have headlined. The match was solid, even with some awkwardness. HBK was still in his cocky pre-prime era, and Diesel was still figuring things out as a top guy, but the chemistry was there. Diesel retained, and it started planting seeds for bigger things down the road. Undertaker faced King Kong Bundy in a forgettable match, part of a long-running story involving the theft of his urn. Yeah, they're still doing the urn thing. Not a highlight. The show had energy, but the star power wasn't quite there. WWF was in the middle of a weird transition. Hogan was long gone and the Attitude Era was still a few years away. WrestleMania 11 felt like a company trying to find its identity again. WrestleMania 11 isn't remembered as a classic, but it reflects exactly where WWF was in 1995, leaning on outsiders for attention while trying to build new stars behind the scenes. WrestleMania 12, March 31st, 1996, Anaheim, California. After a few rocky years, WWF was ready to go all in on its future, and that future's name was Shawn Michaels. The main event was iconic. Bret Hart versus Shawn Michaels for the WWF Championship in a 60-minute Iron Man match. No gimmicks, no celebrities, no distractions, just two of the best wrestlers on earth going the distance. The goal, most falls in an hour. The result, a draw. 0-0. No pinfalls, no submissions, nothing. So, WWF President Gorilla Monsoon ordered sudden death overtime. One sweet chin music later, Shawn got the win. The image of him on his knees holding the title, tears in his eyes, that's the moment. The boyhood dream has come true. It wasn't just a line. It was the culmination of a long, slow build. And while the show was built around Bret versus Shawn, it had some other wild moments too. The Undertaker faced Diesel in a big man battle that quietly delivered. And then there was the Hollywood backlot brawl between Roddy Piper and Goldust. Part street fight, part car chase, part fever dream. The match ended in the ring with Piper literally stripping Goldust down to lingerie. Somehow this aired on pay-per-view. It even used real footage from the O.J. Simpson freeway chase to sell the angle. Totally bizarre, completely 90s, and somehow it worked. WrestleMania 12 didn't have a stacked card, but it made a statement. WWF wasn't just about size and spectacle anymore. It was about skill, storytelling, and pushing in-ring talent to the front. The opening of the show had Shawn zipline from the rafters down to the ring. Instantly legendary. It screamed, "This is his night." And it was. WrestleMania 12 was the first Mania that actually felt like it didn't need Hulk Hogan. The torch had been passed. Shawn Michaels became the guy, and WWF finally embraced a new era. WrestleMania 13, March 23rd, 1997, Chicago. The card looked weak on paper. There were injuries, reshuffles, and a main event that didn't grab much attention. But hidden in the middle of the show, one of the most important matches in wrestling history. Bret Hart versus Stone Cold Steve Austin in a submission match with Ken Shamrock as special referee. And that match changed everything. It was brutal, bloody, and built on pure intensity. Austin wouldn't quit. Bret went full aggressor. Chairs, ring posts, steel steps, they used everything. Austin got busted open badly, blood pouring down his face, but he never tapped out. Bret locked in the sharpshooter, and instead of submitting, Austin passed out from the pain. That image, Austin screaming in agony, face soaked in blood, became the shot, one of the most iconic images in wrestling, often used in highlight packages for decades. Bret won the match, but he kept attacking afterwards, turning full heel. Meanwhile, Austin lost, and he became the hero. The double turn was masterfully done, and just like that, Austin became the anti-hero fans could rally behind. The seeds of the Attitude Era were planted right there in Chicago. The rest of the card, kind of a mess. The main event was The Undertaker versus Psycho Sid for the WWF Championship. It was slow, awkward, and had zero momentum behind it. The most memorable thing was Bret storming the ring mid-match to yell at both guys. Taker won the title, but the crowd had checked out by then. WrestleMania 13 wasn't about the card. It was about one match that lit a fuse under the entire company. WrestleMania 13 might have not had the hype or the polish, but it had the turning point. After this, everything was different. Everything was shifting. The characters were edgier, the storylines were hotter, and at the center of it all, Stone Cold Steve Austin. He was the anti-hero fans couldn't get enough of. Flipping birds, talking trash, cracking beers. WrestleMania 14 was his coronation. The event took place on March 29, 1998 at the Fleet Center in Boston, Massachusetts. The main event, Austin versus Shawn Michaels for the WWF Championship, with Mike Tyson as the special enforcer at ringside. Tyson was everywhere leading up to the match, on Raw, in press conferences, stirring controversy. And that was the point. WWF was chasing headlines, and it worked. Tyson gave the show mainstream buzz like they hadn't had in years. The match had tension, build-up, and stakes. HBK was working hurt. His back was wrecked, but he gutted through the whole match. Austin brought the fire. The crowd was red hot, and when Tyson fast counted the pin after a Stone Cold Stunner, the place exploded. Austin was the new champ. Tyson turned on DX, and the Attitude Era officially kicked the door in. This wasn't just a changing of the guard, it was a whole new tone. The censors were sweating, but the fans were loving it. Tyson's involvement gave WWF the mainstream boost it desperately needed. When he punched Shawn Michaels after the match, it got covered on sports shows, news outlets, everywhere. Wrestling was cool again. Shawn Michaels wrestled through excruciating pain. His back injury from a casket match with The Undertaker nearly ended his career. After this match, he'd be gone for over 4 years. At the event, The Undertaker faced his brother Kane for the first time ever, a match with a ton of build-up. Paul Bearer had turned on Taker. Kane had debuted months earlier, and they finally clashed in a monster versus monster showdown. It took 3 tombstones to keep Kane down. Triple H versus Owen Hart for the European title was also on the card, and it marked the early rise of Triple H as a singles star. DX was growing, and this was one of the early signs he'd be leading it soon. WrestleMania 14 is where things clicked. Austin on top, Tyson in the spotlight. Generation X breaking rules. The old guard stepped aside, and business was about to explode. WrestleMania 15, March 28, 1999, at the First Union Center in Philadelphia. This was the first WrestleMania headlined by Stone Cold Steve Austin versus The Rock, two megastars at the peak of their rise, but still evolving into the icons they'd become. Austin was the rebellious everyman. Rock was the cocky corporate champion, handpicked by Vince McMahon. The story was simple. Vince wants to control the WWF title. Austin wants to wreck everything Vince stands for. Fans ate it up. Their match closed the night. No DQ, tons of brawling, near falls, weapon shots, and just non-stop energy. It wasn't technical brilliance, but it was electric. Austin beat The Rock to become WWF champion again, capping off a wild ride that saw Vince McMahon all over the card, trying to block him at every turn. It was Attitude Era storytelling in its purest form. Overbooked, over the top, and impossible to look away from. The undercard, bit of a mess. The Undertaker versus Big Boss Man in a Hell in a Cell match was slow, forgettable, and then it got dark. After the match, Taker hung Boss Man from the cell with a noose. It was more disturbing than effective, and even the crowd didn't really know how to react. Elsewhere, there was a four-way tag title match with little heat, a hardcore title triple threat that was a pure car crash, and a Bart Gunn versus Butterbean boxing match that lasted less than a minute because Butterbean knocked him out cold, and that was real. No script, no work, just lights out. So yeah, WrestleMania 15 was carried by one thing: Austin versus Rock. This was the first of three WrestleMania main events between Austin and The Rock, and while this wasn't their best, it laid the groundwork for an all-time rivalry. WrestleMania 15 was messy, violent, and totally on brand for 1999. The wrestling may not have been clean, but the energy, off the charts. WrestleMania 2000 was overbooked in every direction. The event was held at Arrowhead Point in Anaheim, California on April 2nd, 2000. The main event, a fatal four-way for the WWF Championship. Triple H versus The Rock versus Mick Foley versus Big Show, with a McMahon in every corner. Vince, Shane, Stephanie, and Linda each backing one guy. The whole thing was less about the title and more about the McMahon family imploding on screen again. Triple H walked in as the champ, and for the first time in WrestleMania history, walked out still champion. The finish? Vince turned on The Rock, helped Triple H win, and they aligned as the new power couple, along with Stephanie. The crowd hated it. The Rock was red hot, and everyone expected him to win, setting up more drama post-Mania. Mick Foley came out of retirement just for this match. It was supposed to be a triple threat until they added him in. He didn't do much, but the crowd was happy to see him one more time. But let's be real. The match everyone remembers from this card wasn't the main event. It was the Triangle Ladder match. The Hardy Boys versus the Dudley Boys versus Edge and Christian. No titles in wrestling history had ever been risked in a match like that before. Tables, ladders, chairs, chaos. These three teams destroyed each other in a high-flying, jaw-dropping match that basically invented a new style. Edge and Christian got the win, and the match stole the show. No contest. The rest of the show, some fun, some forgettable. Too many multi-man tags, too much interference, and way too much McMahon, but the energy was there, and you could feel the roster was stacked with future stars. The card was loaded with tag matches and multi-person bouts. In fact, it's the only WrestleMania in history with 0 traditional singles matches. WrestleMania 2000 was messy, but memorable. A moment where WWF had all the talent in the world and was still figuring out how to handle it. They were only 1 year away from one of the biggest WrestleManias ever. WrestleMania X7 felt like the end of a wild ride. Held on April 2nd, 2001 at the Reliant Astrodome in Houston, it was a victory lap for everything the WWF had built during the Attitude Era. In the main event, it was the match. Stone Cold Steve Austin versus The Rock, round 2 for the WWF Championship. Two icons, both at the peak of their powers, clashing in front of one of the hottest crowds in Mania history. And here's the twist. Austin turned heel. The match was a brutal, all-out brawl. Chairs, barricades, near falls, even a bloodied Austin slowly unraveling as he realized he couldn't beat The Rock clean. And in the closing moments, Vince McMahon walked down the ramp. Instead of fighting him, Austin joined him. They beat Rock down together, and Vince handed Austin the chair. Austin won the title with repeated chair shots, then shook Vince's hand. The crowd was stunned. The Texas hero had sold his soul. It was bold, risky, and controversial ever since. Austin's heel turn was a gamble. While it confused fans, it fit the story. Austin was obsessed with being champion again, and he'd do anything to get there, even align with the man he'd spent years fighting. But that wasn't the only thing that made WrestleMania X7 legendary. Earlier in the night, TLC 2. Edge and Christian, the Dudley Boys, the Hardy Boys, tables, ladders, chairs, again. This time it was bigger, crazier, and even more dangerous. Bubba and Matt crashing through stacks of tables, Jeff Hardy hanging from the belts, and Edge spearing Jeff midair off a ladder. A spot still shown in highlight reels 2 decades later. It set the bar for tag team violence. Edge and Christian walked out with the titles again, but all 3 teams walked out as legends. Add in Undertaker versus Triple H in a gritty brawl, Kurt Angle versus Chris Benoit in a technical showcase, and even Vince versus Shane McMahon in a father-son street fight that somehow ruled, and you had a card that delivered at every level. The Vince versus Shane match was way better than it had any right to be. It had run-ins from Stephanie, Linda rising from her coma to slap Vince, and Shane hitting a coast-to-coast dropkick with a trash can. It was chaos, and the crowd ate it up. This was also the first WrestleMania after World Wrestling Federation bought World Championship Wrestling just 2 weeks earlier. Shane's on-screen purchase of WCW was part of the storyline, adding a surreal what now feeling to the whole night. WrestleMania X7 wasn't just a great show, it was the end of an era, and it went out on the absolute top of its game. WrestleMania X8, held on March 17, 2002 at the Sky Dome in Toronto, Ontario, was a weird mix of eras colliding. The Attitude Era was fading. The Invasion angle was done. The WWF had bought WCW and Extreme Championship Wrestling. The company was loaded with talent, but in a bit of an identity crisis. So what did they do? Bring back Hulk Hogan. Not red and yellow American icon Hogan, NWO Hollywood Hogan, and they booked him against The Rock. Rock versus Hogan wasn't even for a title. It wasn't about belts, it was about icons. One of the biggest stars of the 80s versus the biggest star of the 2000s. Generational clash, and Toronto chose Hogan. The crowd flipped the script. Rock came in as a face, Hogan as the villain, but the fans booed The Rock and went absolutely nuclear for Hogan. It was a surreal atmosphere. The match itself, pretty basic, but the crowd made it feel like the biggest thing in the world. Shoulder blocks, body slams, Hogan hulking up for the first time in years. The place exploded. The Rock won, but the real win was Hogan's return to superstardom. After their match, Hogan turned face officially, shaking Rock's hand and posing for the crowd. Kevin Nash and Scott Hall ran in to attack him, but Rock made the save. The NWO was done, and Hogan was back. And here's the wild part. That wasn't even the main event. Triple H versus Chris Jericho closed the show for the undisputed WWF Championship. Solid match, but it never stood a chance after Hogan and Rock. The crowd was burned out. Jericho was booked like a secondary player in his own feud, and the build-up had been about Stephanie and Triple H's drama. Not exactly a strong main event narrative. Still, WrestleMania X8 delivered big-time nostalgia and some great in-ring stuff. The Undertaker defeated Ric Flair in a bloody, underrated brawl. It wasn't flashy, but it was vicious. Taker went 10-0 at WrestleMania with that win. Rob Van Dam made his WrestleMania debut and won the Intercontinental Championship. Showing just how stacked the roster was, even the mid-card had stars that could headline anywhere else. WrestleMania X8 was a turning point, saying goodbye to the Attitude Era, reintroducing legends, and laying the groundwork for the Ruthless Aggression Era. WrestleMania 19 was the bridge. It was held at Safeco Field in Seattle on March 30th, 2003. The Attitude Era was officially over, and the Ruthless Aggression Era was stepping up. The card was stacked, the pacing was tight, and the matches were money. But there were two that defined the night. One emotional, one brutal. First, Stone Cold Steve Austin versus The Rock for the third and final time at WrestleMania. The Rock had never beaten Austin on the grand stage. This was about legacy, respect, and unfinished business. What most fans didn't know going in, this would be Austin's last match. He was dealing with serious health issues, and he kept that quiet until after the show. The match itself, well, it wasn't their most athletic, but it hit emotionally. They traded finishers. Austin kicked out of 2 rock bottoms before finally staying down for the third. After the bell, Rock leaned down and said something to Austin. Private, unscripted, then walked away. Austin stayed behind, soaking in his last moment in the ring. Quiet, powerful, perfect exit. Austin quietly spent the night before in the hospital. He left to wrestle the match, then went back after it was over. He didn't want a send-off, just wanted to finish the job. Then we had Brock Lesnar versus Kurt Angle for the WWE Championship. It was a wrestling clinic, suplexes, counters, intensity, but the ending? Brutal. Brock went for a shooting star press, a move he'd done in developmental but never on this stage. He missed badly. Landed on his neck. The crowd gasped. Somehow, he still finished the match, hit an F5, and won the title. But he was clearly concussed, out of it, holding his head in the post-match celebration. Everyone backstage was shaken. It could have ended his career. The Brock botch is infamous now, but what's wild is how close he was to landing it. He had the rotation, just not the distance. The fact that he even got up afterward is unreal. WrestleMania 19 had heart, had danger, had stories that meant something. Shawn Michaels versus Chris Jericho was also on the card, and it was a masterclass, technical, emotional, and one of the best Mania matches ever. Post-match, Jericho hugged Shawn, then gave him a low blow. Perfect heel move. Hulk Hogan versus Vince McMahon happened too. 20 years of drama boiled down to a street fight. It was bloody, over the top, and somehow delivered. At one point, Vince rose from behind the apron, blood covered, with a steel pipe and a devilish grin. The visual was insane. WrestleMania 19 was about closure, Austin's last match, Rock's last Mania for nearly a decade, Brock's rise, and Angle risking everything with a broken neck. One of the most complete cards they've ever pulled off. WrestleMania 20 was supposed to be a reset. Held on March 14, 2004 at Madison Square Garden in New York City. It was planned to be a night to crown the next generation and remind everyone that the World Wrestling Federation, now known as World Wrestling Entertainment, was still the biggest game in town. The card was massive, over a dozen matches, and it all built to one of the most emotional main events in WrestleMania history. The headliner, Triple H versus Shawn Michaels versus Chris Benoit for the World Heavyweight Championship. Benoit had spent over a decade in WCW and WWE as the guy who never got his shot. That night, he delivered the performance of his life. All three men were on fire. Blood, submission chains, big spots, and intense crowd heat. Benoit made Triple H tap to the crippler crossface, a rare Mania submission finish, and the Garden erupted. The moment that followed is unforgettable. Benoit holding the title, tears in his eyes, and then Eddie Guerrero, his real-life best friend and the WWE champion at the time, came out to celebrate. Two guys who were never supposed to make it to the top, now both holding world titles at WrestleMania. It was pure, raw emotion. Of course, that moment is now clouded by the events of 2007, when Benoit tragically killed his wife and son before taking his own life. WWE has erased almost all traces of him, but at the time, this was his crowning moment, and it hit hard. Elsewhere on the card, early in the night, you had Eddie Guerrero versus Kurt Angle for the WWE Championship, a technical showcase with a clever finish. Eddie loosened his boot, and when Kurt went for the ankle lock, it slipped off. Eddie rolled him up, retained the title, and flashed that classic lie, cheat, steal grin. The Undertaker also returned as the Dead Man for the first time in years, having used his biker gimmick the last several Manias. He faced Kane in a short match, but the entrance, Paul Bearer with the urn, the Druids with torches, gave fans chills. That version of Taker was back, and it hit. Goldberg versus Brock Lesnar happened too, and was a total disaster. Both guys were leaving the company after that night, and the fans knew. The Garden booed everyone, including special ref Steve Austin. The match was slow, awkward, and completely rejected by the crowd. Austin stunned them both and got the only cheers in the whole segment. WrestleMania 20 was full of heart, full of hope, and full of history, some of it joyful, some of it dark. But in that moment, it truly felt like the beginning of a new era. This was the era of new faces, internet-fueled hype, and WrestleMania growing into a global juggernaut. Cena, Batista, Punk, Bryan. These weren't hand-picked stars, they were earned. Fans made their voices heard, and WWE, sometimes reluctantly, responded. It was also the era of the streak, of heartbreak, of spectacle, and of chants of yes across the stadium. These 10 years redefined what WrestleMania could be and who it was really for. WrestleMania 21, April 3rd, 2005, Staples Center in Los Angeles. The tagline was WrestleMania Goes Hollywood, and it wasn't just branding. The entire show felt cinematic, from the spoof trailers in the build-up to the way they used the spotlight to crown new stars. This was the moment WWE finally moved on from the last generation and made it clear who was taking over. Two guys walked in with momentum. They walked out as the future: John Cena and Batista. Cena faced JBL for the WWE Championship. JBL had been on a dominant run, undefeated for nearly a year, cocky, smug, hated. Cena had been rising fast, building that Doctor of Thugonomics swagger, and this was the payoff. The match itself wasn't a classic, but the moment was. Cena hit the FU, pinned JBL clean, and held up his first world title as confetti rained down. That was it, the birth of the face of the company for the next decade. Then in the main event, Batista versus Triple H for the World Heavyweight Championship. This one had a slow burn story behind it. Batista had been part of Evolution, Triple H's muscle, but the split was coming for months. The build-up was about respect, manipulation, and power. In the ring, they told that story with every move. Batista destroyed Triple H to win the title. No interference, no cheap shots, just a clean powerbomb. Another torch passed. But the show wasn't just about two new champions. This was also the debut of the Money in the Bank ladder match, created just for this show. 6 guys: Edge, Chris Jericho, Chris Benoit, Kane, Christian, and Shelton Benjamin. All hungry, all dangerous. It was chaos in the best way. Edge won the match, grabbing the briefcase, and that moment would end up launching his main event run within the year. And then there was Shawn Michaels versus Kurt Angle, a dream match that actually delivered. No title on the line, just pure competition. They went nearly 30 minutes, traded every hold and counter they had, and Kurt finally made HBK tap to the ankle lock. Wrestling fans ate it up. Still one of the best matches in WrestleMania history. Undertaker versus Randy Orton was another standout. Orton was in his full legend killer mode, trying to be the guy who ended the streak. He came close, even hit an RKO out of nowhere, but Taker rose up, hit the tombstone, and moved to 13-0. It was one of the first times the streak really felt like a story in itself. WrestleMania 21 wasn't just a great show, it was a declaration. WWE was done leaning on nostalgia. It was time for something new. Cena and Batista, Edge with a briefcase, Shawn and Angle tearing the house down. The whole card felt like the company turning the page and for once, doing it right. WrestleMania 22, April 2nd, 2006, Chicago's Allstate Arena. It was the last WrestleMania held in a smaller, traditional arena, not a stadium. And because of that, the crowd was insane. Packed, loud, and hot all night. It gave the show a rawer, more intense vibe, and that helped sell some of the chaos WWE had lined up. This show was violent, emotional, and surprisingly personal, and it had range, from blood-soaked grudge matches to over-the-top spectacle. Let's start with the main event, John Cena versus Triple H for the World Wrestling Entertainment Championship. This was the night Chicago made it very clear they were not behind Cena. They booed him out of the building. Triple H, technically the heel, got cheered like a hero, but that worked in the match's favor. It added tension. Cena locked in the STFU, made Hunter tap out clean, and stood tall in enemy territory. He was the guy, whether fans liked it or not. Earlier, Batista was out, recovering from injury, so the World Heavyweight Championship was on Kurt Angle, and he defended it in a triple threat against Rey Mysterio and Randy Orton. Rey's win wasn't just a title change, it was a tribute. Eddie Guerrero had passed just months earlier, and this was WWE giving Rey the moment. The match was short but emotional. Rey won, broke down crying, and celebrated with Eddie's family in the crowd. It was real. But the match people still talk about, Mick Foley versus Edge in a hardcore match. Foley wanted his WrestleMania moment, and holy heckfire, did he get it. They brought out barbed wire bats, thumbtacks, chairs, flaming tables. Yes, Edge speared Foley through a flaming table. Edge won, but Foley walked away with his moment. That match was brutal, creative, and showed that Edge could hang in any environment. Shawn Michaels versus Mr. McMahon was pure Attitude Era chaos. No rules, lots of weapons, and HBK treating Vince like a crash test dummy. He hit an elbow drop off the ladder onto Vince through a trash can and a table. It was long, wild, and more satisfying than it had any right to be. This was also the year of the Mickie James versus Trish Stratus women's title match, and it was way ahead of its time. Real story, real heat, and the crowd was fully into it. Mickie won, and despite one notorious gesture that got cut in future replays, the match showed that the women could go. Money in the Bank was back for year 2, and Rob Van Dam took the briefcase. He'd go on to cash it in later that summer at ECW One Night Stand in one of the best cash-ins ever. WrestleMania 22 had blood, fire, weapons, emotion. It wasn't the cleanest show, but it hit. Cena cemented his spot under heavy fire. Rey had his tribute, and Foley finally got his Mania moment. It didn't need a stadium to feel massive. WrestleMania 23 wasn't just a wrestling show. It was a full-on media event. It was held on April 1st, 2007 at Ford Field in Detroit. The big hook? The Battle of the Billionaires. Vince McMahon versus Donald Trump. Each backing a wrestler in a hair versus hair match. If your guy lost, you got your head shaved. Trump backed Bobby Lashley. Vince had Umaga. Stone Cold Steve Austin was the special guest referee. It was bizarre, overbooked, and completely entertaining. The match itself was chaotic, stunners, interference, ref bumps, even Shane McMahon getting involved. But the moment everyone remembers? Trump clotheslining Vince, and then, after Lashley won, Austin and Trump shaved Vince bald in front of 80,000 people. It was surreal, and it worked. The match helped drive the highest buy rate in WrestleMania history up to that point. But let's not skip the actual main event. John Cena versus Shawn Michaels for the WWE Championship. Batista versus Undertaker got the World Heavyweight title spotlight, but Cena and Michaels closed the show, and they delivered. The crowd was split again, but Cena and Shawn put on a clinic. Hard-hitting, dramatic, and full of big match energy. Cena tapped out HBK to retain the title, and the crowd gave it up for both of them. Earlier in the night, Batista versus The Undertaker was an absolute war, and way better than most people expected going in. Taker won, keeping the streak alive at 15-0, and walked out with the World Heavyweight title. One of his best Mania matches at that point, and it kicked off a string of classics for him in the years that followed. Money in the Bank was back too, and Mr. Kennedy won it this time. He was supposed to be the next breakout guy, but injuries and bad timing derailed that pretty fast. He never cashed in successfully. Also, the Great Khali squashed Kane. Yep, that happened. Melina versus Ashley for the Women's Championship was rough. Not because of effort, but because the division was still stuck in the Divas era. It would be years before the women's matches got the respect they deserved again. But make no mistake, the show was massive. Cena on top again, Taker adding another win to the streak, and Vince getting his head shaved by a future president, and Stone Cold Steve Austin together. Only in wrestling. WrestleMania 23 was loud, wild, and over the top in the best possible way. The perfect storm of wrestling and media spectacle, and it proved WWE was ready to go even bigger. WrestleMania 24, March 30th, 2008, Citrus Bowl in Orlando. Open air stadium, packed crowd, gorgeous sunset. This one had all the big fight energy and one of the most emotional send-offs in wrestling history. WrestleMania 24 felt like a show built around moments, and it delivered some of the most memorable in Mania history. Let's start here. Ric Flair versus Shawn Michaels. Flair's career on the line. Flair had been told that the next match he lost would be his last, so here he was, in the ring with Mr. WrestleMania, knowing the clock was ticking. The match wasn't about flash, it was about emotion. And the finish? Devastating. HBK hesitated, looked across the ring and mouthed, "I'm sorry. I love you." Then nailed sweet chin music. Flair went down, Michaels pinned him, then left the ring so Flair could have his moment. Flair stood up, crying, soaking in the ovation. The entire arena was on its feet. Family at ringside, fans in tears. It was perfect. But that wasn't the main event. Edge versus The Undertaker closed the show for the World Heavyweight Championship. And by this point, the streak mattered. Taker came in 15-0. Edge was undefeated at WrestleMania 2. The match was smooth, intense, and full of near falls. They teased everything, ref bumps, finish reversals, even a camera shot from Edge, but in the end, Taker locked in Hell's Gate. Edge tapped, and the streak rolled on, 16-0, and a new world champion. Then there was Floyd Mayweather versus Big Show. A total spectacle. WWE brought in the biggest boxer on the planet and let Big Show play the villain. The match was actually booked smart. Mayweather used speed, weapons, and backup to stay alive. And when the brass knuckles came out, he knocked Big Show out cold. The crowd went nuts. It was way better than it had any right to be. John Cena versus Triple H versus Randy Orton was the WWE Championship match, a triple threat that somehow got less attention than the celebrity match, but it was solid. Orton won, retaining in shock fashion after punting Triple H. The crowd didn't see that one coming. Also worth noting, CM Punk won Money in the Bank, which was huge at the time. He wasn't seen as a main event guy yet, but this was the start of that rise. Batista beat Umaga in a brand versus brand match that didn't do much beyond filling time. Same with JBL versus Finlay. It was a Belfast brawl and it was stiff, but not essential. But WrestleMania 24 will always be about that Flair-Michaels moment. They told a complete story. The aging legend, the reluctant executioner, and the perfect goodbye. This show had everything. Emotion, violence, showmanship, title changes, celebrity moments that worked, and a crowd that was locked in all night. WrestleMania 25, April 5th, 2009, Reliance Stadium in Houston, Texas. WWE called it the 25th anniversary of WrestleMania, which was technically off by a year because that's how anniversaries work. But hey, branding. WrestleMania 25 had some hype behind it. Big venue, strong card on paper, and a milestone number. But when people talk about this show now, they talk about one thing: The Undertaker versus Shawn Michaels, one of the greatest matches ever, not just in WrestleMania history, but in pro wrestling history, period. HBK came down from the heavens in white, Taker rose from the shadows in black. It was light versus dark, soul versus streak. The crowd knew it was special before the bell rang. And what followed was 30 minutes of pure wrestling art. Reversals, near falls, intensity, and a dive spot where Taker almost broke his neck outside the ring. They recovered, turned the pace up even more, and when Taker finally hit the second tombstone, the building exploded. 17-0. The fans were exhausted from cheering. That match saved the show, because honestly, the rest was spotty. The main event, Triple H versus Randy Orton for the WWE Championship, was one of the coldest feeling Mania main events in years. The build was white hot, home invasions, mind games, personal attacks, but the match, slow. No weapons allowed, despite the personal story. The crowd never got into it. Triple H won clean, but it fell flat. Then there was John Cena versus Edge versus Big Show for the World Heavyweight title. A love triangle storyline involving Vicky Guerrero, of all things. Cena hit one of the wildest spots of the night, lifting both guys at once for an attitude adjustment. The match was fun, but not main event level. Matt Hardy versus Jeff Hardy was a brutal brother versus brother match with ladders, chairs, and a swanton bomb through 2 tables and a ladder outside the ring. Matt won clean with a twist of fate using a steel chair. It was wild, emotional, and one of the stronger undercard matches. Chris Jericho wrestled a weird handicap match against 3 legends, Ricky Steamboat, Jimmy Snuka, and Roddy Piper. Steamboat stole the show in that one, moving like it was 1989. Then, post-match, Jericho knocked out Mickey Rourke, who was at ringside fresh off the movie The Wrestler. It was awkward, but it got buzz. CM Punk won Money in the Bank again, back-to-back. Another solid ladder match, with Kofi Kingston and Shelton Benjamin pulling off some wild stunts, but Punk's win set him up for a summer turn that would define his career. WrestleMania 25 didn't hit all the right notes, but Taker vs. Michaels was so good, so timeless, that it made everything else feel secondary. It wasn't just a match, it was a masterpiece. WrestleMania 26, March 28th, 2010, Glendale, Arizona. Indoor stadium, packed house, and everything built to one simple massive hook. It lived and died on its main event. Undertaker versus Shawn Michaels 2. The rematch from WrestleMania 25. Last year was about pride. This year, everything was on the line. If Shawn lost, he was done. No more Mr. WrestleMania, no more comebacks, no more HBK. And in the weeks leading up, he got desperate, obsessed. This wasn't about ego anymore, it was about legacy. When they hit the ring, you could feel the pressure. Fans were quiet during the entrances, like they knew they were watching something final. And once again, they delivered. It wasn't quite the lightning in a bottle magic of their first match, but it had more weight. Every move felt like it could end a career. Michaels kicked out of a tombstone. Taker told him to stay down. Shawn slapped him. Taker responded with one last emphatic jumping tombstone, then made the cover. 1, 2, 3. Shawn Michaels was done. Taker knelt. Shawn stood. They shook hands, Taker walked off, and for the first time, WrestleMania ended with a loss and a farewell. Elsewhere on the card, you had John Cena versus Batista for the WWE Championship. It was their first and only Mania match, and it delivered big time. This was a heavyweight fight. No love lost, just power moves and attitude. Cena won via STF, making Batista tap out clean. A strong co-main, and Cena was firmly the top guy by this point. Chris Jericho versus Edge for the World Heavyweight Championship was technically sound, but the crowd didn't fully buy into it until late. Jericho retained with a code breaker, then Edge speared him through the barricade to close the segment on a high note. Bret Hart versus Vince McMahon happened too. A street fight 13 years in the making. On paper, it had hype. In practice, it was long, slow, and awkward. Vince brought out the entire Hart family to try and outwit Bret, but it backfired. Bret beat the mess out of him with a chair, then made him tap to the sharpshooter. The crowd loved seeing Vince finally get what was coming to him, even if the match dragged. CM Punk versus Rey Mysterio was short but sharp. Classic good versus evil. If Rey lost, he had to join the straight edge society. He didn't. And Punk's reaction? Perfect heel frustration. Money in the Bank featured 10 guys this time, and Jack Swagger won it in what was probably the least hype cash-in winner to date. But he'd cash in days later on SmackDown, so it meant something, even if it didn't blow people away. WrestleMania 26 was clean, well-paced, and emotional. The streak stayed alive. A legend said goodbye, and for once, WWE treated retirement like it actually mattered. No gimmicks, no swerves, just a perfect ending to one of the greatest careers ever. WrestleMania 27 had hype. It had nostalgia. It had mainstream attention thanks to The Rock's return. But when it was over, fans were split, because most of the show felt like it was setting up something else rather than delivering in the moment. April 3rd, 2011, Atlanta, Georgia. One of the most uneven WrestleManias ever. The main event, John Cena versus The Miz for the WWE Championship. Miz was champion, but the spotlight wasn't really on him. It was on The Rock, who opened the show, popped up throughout the night, and made it clear he wasn't done with Cena. The match itself was forgettable, clunky, slow, and then it ended in a double countout. But Rock restarted it, hit Cena with a rock bottom, and Miz got the win. The crowd popped, but everyone knew what this was, a setup for next year. Meanwhile, the real main event, at least in terms of quality, was The Undertaker versus Triple H. This match didn't have the same stakes as the Shawn matches did, but it might as well have. They beat the heck out of each other. Chairs, announce tables, finishers, tombstones, brutal stuff. And it ended with Taker barely locking in Hell's Gate and forcing Triple H to tap. Taker went 19-0, but couldn't even walk out under his own power. That told the story. He won, but it nearly killed him. Easily match of the night. Randy Orton versus CM Punk was solid, built on mind games and sneak attacks, and the crowd was into it. Orton won with a mid-air RKO that looked amazing. The undercard, though, rough. Edge versus Alberto Del Rio opened the show for the World Heavyweight Championship. The match was decent, but the moment was bigger. This would be Edge's last match for nearly a decade. He retired due to neck issues just days later. Nobody knew it at the time, but this was a quiet goodbye from one of WWE's biggest stars. Jerry the King Lawler versus Michael Cole happened, and it dragged. It was built up for months, and fans wanted to see Cole get wrecked. But the match was long, awkward, and it ended in a reverse decision that made no one happy. Even Austin as the guest ref couldn't save it. Snooki wrestled. In the women's division, still being treated as filler. Trish Stratus, John Morrison, and Snooki beat Lay Cool and Dolph Ziggler in a forgettable six-person tag. Sad waste of talent and time. WrestleMania 27 felt like a holding pattern. It was all about getting to Cena versus Rock next year. And while Taker versus Triple H was elite and Orton versus Punk was strong, the rest didn't land. But the seeds were planted. Rock versus Cena, Miz's peak, and Edge's shock goodbye. Even if it wasn't great in the moment, it shaped what came next. WrestleMania 28, April 1st, 2012, Miami Gardens, Florida, Sun Life Stadium. This one had massive hype. A full year of build. Once in a lifetime. Rock versus Cena. It was all over mainstream media, and this time WWE delivered big. Two eras colliding. The Attitude Era's final icon and the face of the PG era, WWE. They announced the match a year in advance, and somehow the hype never cooled down. Miami was buzzing. The crowd was split, loud everywhere. And when the bell rang, they delivered. It wasn't a technical clinic. It didn't need to be. It was a big fight feel match built around counters, taunts, and pacing. Every move meant something. And then, in the closing moments after a cocky Cena went for the people's elbow, Rock popped up, hit the rock bottom, and pinned Cena clean. The stadium erupted. Rock won. Cena sat crushed in the corner, and once in a lifetime ended with a surprise. Elsewhere, Undertaker vs. Triple H 2, this time inside Hell in a Cell, with Shawn Michaels as special referee. Was every bit as dramatic as you'd expect. It was billed as the end of an era, and it felt like it. Chairs, sledgehammers, finishers, HBK freaking out, near falls that had people standing up. When Taker finally won, 20-0, the three of them stood on the ramp together, arms around each other, soaking it in. No promo could have matched that visual. CM Punk versus Chris Jericho for the WWE Championship was the technical masterpiece of the night. Jericho tried to get in Punk's head before the match, mocking his family, his straight-edge lifestyle, but Punk stayed locked in. It was a smart, crisp match with chain wrestling and stiff shots, and Punk retained via Anaconda Vice in the middle of the ring. Daniel Bryan versus Sheamus opened the show and ended in 18 seconds. Bryan turned to kiss AJ Lee at the bell, Sheamus hit a brogue kick, and it was over. The crowd hated it. But that backlash, though, it launched the Yes movement. So in a weird way, it worked. The rest of the card had some filler. Big Show finally won a Mania match, beating Cody Rhodes for the Intercontinental title. Team Johnny versus Team Teddy determined control of Raw and SmackDown. Nobody remembers who won it. It was Team Johnny, but it filled time. Kelly and Maria Menounos beat Eve and Beth Phoenix in a celebrity tag match that didn't do much, but the crowd was respectful. WrestleMania 28 felt huge. Taker, Triple H, and HBK had a WrestleMania curtain call. Rock beat Cena in his hometown. Punk and Jericho gave the purists their match, and Bryan's 18-second loss, weirdly iconic. This was WWE operating at full awareness of what Mania should be. Spectacle, story, and one match that feels like the center of the universe. WrestleMania 29, April 7th, 2013, MetLife Stadium in New Jersey. Over 80,000 in the crowd. Cold weather, big setup. The card was headlined by the rematch nobody really asked for. The Rock versus John Cena 2 for the WWE Championship. The year before, it was once in a lifetime. Now, twice in 2 years. This time, the story was redemption. Cena had lost to Rock in Miami, and it sent him into a spiral. Now he was back to prove he could win when it mattered most. The match itself, safe, slow, clean. Two pros doing their thing, but without the magic of the first time. Lots of finishers, a couple false finishes, and then Cena countered a rock bottom into an attitude adjustment for the win. The crowd popped. Kind of. Cena offered a handshake, Rock accepted, they posed on the ramp together. Mutual respect, no drama, no heel turn, just done. It wasn't bad. It just felt like a repeat. Now let's talk about the real main event. The Undertaker versus CM Punk. This was Punk at peak heel. Paul Heyman by his side, disrespecting Paul Bearer's death, taunting Taker week after week. The story was personal, and the match an absolute banger. Punk brought the mind games, the pacing, the athleticism, and Taker met him move for move. Kicks, counters, table spots, old school into GTS, into tombstone teases. It was wild. In the end, Taker nailed the tombstone and moved to 21-0, but Punk looked like a made man. Match of the night, easily. Elsewhere, Triple H versus Brock Lesnar in a no-holds-barred match with Triple H's career on the line. It was brutal. Steel steps, chair shots, spine busters on tables, but also kind of slow. It had big moments, but didn't fully click. Triple H won, obviously, because he was not retiring yet. Alberto Del Rio versus Jack Swagger for the World Heavyweight title opened the card, and was totally forgettable. Swagger had some real-world legal trouble going on, and the crowd just wasn't invested. Del Rio won with the cross arm breaker. The Shield made their Mania debut, facing Big Show, Sheamus, and Randy Orton in a 6-man tag. They looked like killers. Clean teamwork, fast pacing, and a win after Ambrose pinned Orton. It was the start of something big. Fandango made his Fandango made his in-ring debut and beat Chris Jericho. Crowd was hot for it. The match was decent, and somehow it led to a theme song going viral the next night. Strangely entertaining. Kane and Daniel Bryan defended the tag titles against Dolph Ziggler and Big E. Fun match, but the crowd was ready for Bryan to break out. WrestleMania 29 was a tale of two halves. The top billed match underdelivered, but the rest was solid to excellent. Punk vs. Taker was must-watch. The Shield made an impact, and Cena Rock 2, well, it closed the show, but it didn't steal it. WrestleMania 30, April 6, 2014, New Orleans Superdome. This wasn't just a great show, it was one of the most emotionally satisfying nights WWE had ever put together. Two huge shockers, one massive underdog story, and a crowd that was fully living every second of it. WrestleMania 30 wasn't supposed to be about Daniel Bryan. The original plan was all about Batista's return, the Authority, and big names like Orton and Lesnar. But the fans said, nah, dog, and WWE had to pivot. What we got instead? A story about earned glory, and a payoff that hit perfectly. Bryan opened the night facing Triple H in a must-win match. If he beat Hunter, he'd be added to the main event for the WWE World Heavyweight title. And they didn't just make Bryan squeak by, they let him steal the show. It was a near-perfect match, technical, fast, emotional. Bryan won clean with the knee, and the crowd erupted. But that was just part one. Part two, Daniel Bryan versus Randy Orton versus Batista in the main event. Bryan came in taped up, selling the arm. They beat him thoroughly. There was a brutal Batista bomb RKO combo through the announce table. It looked like he was done, but he kept coming. Crowd fully behind him. Then running knee to Batista. 1, 2, 3. Yes chants everywhere. Confetti. Bryan on his knees, belts in hand, crying. One of the most satisfying Mania endings ever. But that wasn't even the biggest shock of the night. Earlier, The Undertaker faced Brock Lesnar. And let's be real, nobody thought Taker was losing. 21-0, the streak had become sacred. But then, F5. 1, 2, 3. And the crowd went silent. The graphic hit, 21-1. Lesnar's music played and people in the Superdome just sat there, stunned, faces blank. The most protected record in wrestling was gone, and WWE let that moment breathe. No music, no commentary, just pure disbelief, like a funeral. Whether you loved it or hated it, you felt it. Elsewhere on the card, The Shield steamrolled Kane and the New Age Outlaws in a total squash. Reigns, Rollins, and Ambrose were red hot, and this was a momentum builder. John Cena versus Bray Wyatt was a big spotlight for Bray, and the crowd was fully behind him. But WWE still had Cena win clean, which felt off. Great storytelling, but wrong winner for a lot of fans. Cesaro won the inaugural Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal. And the finish was awesome. He body slammed Big Show over the top rope, echoing Hogan-Andre vibes. Huge pop. Felt like a star-making moment, even if WWE didn't follow through with Cesaro later on. Also, Hogan, Austin, and The Rock opened the show together. A total nostalgia hit. 3 eras, 1 ring, and Hogan hilariously calling the Superdome the Silverdome several times. Austin roasted him. Rock dropped catchphrases, and the crowd loved every second. WrestleMania 30 was magic. Bryan finally crowned. The streak ended. Real surprises, real emotion. It wasn't just a good WrestleMania, it was a perfect storm of storytelling, crowd energy, and stakes actually mattering. WrestleMania entered its next chapter in the era of reality. The lines blurred. Fan favorites weren't always company favorites, but stars like Seth Rollins, Becky Lynch, and Cody Rhodes showed that the journey mattered. Roman Reigns became inevitable. The fans disappeared during a pandemic and then came back louder than ever. The story was finished. These WrestleManias told stories that took years to pay off, and when they did, the roof came off. WrestleMania 31, March 29, 2015, Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, California. This one had low expectations going in, and ended up being one of the best WrestleManias of the decade. Great pacing, hot crowd, and an ending nobody saw coming. WrestleMania 31 didn't have the dream card. People weren't sold on Roman Reigns in the main event. The build was shaky, but when the lights went up and the show started, it clicked. This was WWE firing at all cylinders, with one of the boldest finishes in Mania history. Let's jump right into the main event. Brock Lesnar versus Roman Reigns for the WWE Championship. Lesnar was in full monster mode, suplexing Reigns over and over, screaming "Suplex City!" and bleeding from the mouth. Reigns kept laughing through the pain, eating shots and asking for more. It was brutal, raw, and better than anyone expected. And then, Seth Rollins' music hit. He ran down mid-match, briefcase in hand, and cashed in Money in the Bank on the spot. Suddenly, it was a triple threat. Rollins hit the curb stomp, pinned Reigns, and stole the WWE title. The crowd lost their minds. Commentary called it the heist of the century. Rollins ran up the ramp holding the title, laughing like a madman. And just like that, a good main event became an iconic one. The rest of the show was solid across the board. Randy Orton versus Seth Rollins earlier in the night was crisp, intense, and ended with one of the best RKO counters ever. Rollins went for the curb stomp, Orton launched him into the air and hit the RKO on the way down. Clean as clean could be. Sting vs. Triple H was full of nostalgia. D-Generation X showed up. The NWO showed up. Baseball bats, sledgehammers, chaos everywhere. Triple H won. Yeah, he pinned Sting in Sting's first WWE match, which still feels wrong, but the moment was fun. Undertaker vs. Bray Wyatt was slow but symbolic. Taker was back after losing the streak. The match wasn't great. Bray was wrestling on a legit bad ankle, but the crowd wanted Taker back on the winning side, and that's what they got. John Cena vs. Rusev for the US title had wild entrances. Rusev came out on a tank. Cena came in to a video about America. The match was solid, and Cena winning helped elevate the US title for the first time in years. AJ Lee and Paige versus the Bella Twins was fine, but it came during a time when fans were chanting for a Divas Revolution and expecting something bigger. The talent was there, the presentation wasn't. Yet. The 7-man ladder match for the Intercontinental Championship opened the night. Daniel Bryan won it, and the crowd loved seeing him get another Mania moment, even if his run afterwards was short due to injuries. Big ladder bumps, high energy, great choice to start the show. WrestleMania 31 wasn't about what was expected, it was about what was executed. Great pacing, no duds, smart storytelling, and an ending that flipped the script completely. WrestleMania 32, April 3rd, 2016, AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas. WWE announced a record-breaking crowd of over 101,000. Biggest WrestleMania attendance ever. This was supposed to be huge, but injuries, odd booking, and the sheer length of the show made it one of the most bloated and uneven Manias in history. WrestleMania 32 was massive. Huge stadium, pyro everywhere, big name returns, but the card was kind of cursed. A bunch of top stars were out: Cena, Rollins, Orton, Cesaro, and the company had to pivot. What we got was a show that looked like WrestleMania, but didn't always feel like it. The main event, Triple H versus Roman Reigns for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. It was a long, slow match with a crowd that did not want Roman to win, and WWE pushed through anyway. Roman kicked out of everything, speared Hunter, and held up the title while the stadium gave him a mixed to flat reaction. Not the feel-good ending WWE wanted. But earlier, there were high points. Shane McMahon versus The Undertaker inside Hell in a Cell. Shane jumped off the top of the cell. No trick camera, no crash pad, just full send. It was nuts. He missed, obviously, crashing through the announce table. Taker won. The match dragged at times, but that moment alone, unforgettable. Shane's still flying. Charlotte Flair versus Sasha Banks versus Becky Lynch was a game changer. It was the rebranding of the Divas division into the WWE Women's Championship, and they got time to work. They stole the show in ring. Charlotte won, but all three came out looking like the future. This match was the real start of the women's evolution on the Mania stage. The ladder match for the Intercontinental title was another highlight. Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, Zack Ryder, Stardust, Miz, Ziggler, and Sin Cara all flying around. And in a total shocker, Zack Ryder won. Huge moment. Short reign, he lost it the next night, but it got the crowd hyped early. Brock Lesnar versus Dean Ambrose was a huge missed opportunity. Fans were expecting a violent, wild brawl. Instead, it was a short, weirdly flat match, and it felt like Brock wasn't interested. Ambrose brought weapons. Brock brought suplexes, and that was it. The Rock showed up, cut a promo, and beat Eric Rowan in a 6-second match, the shortest in Mania history. Then the Wyatt family surrounded him. John Cena made a surprise return to back him up, which got a massive pop. Totally unnecessary, but totally fun. Also, League of Nations versus New Day happened. Forgettable match, but amazing entrance. New Day came out of a giant box of Booty-O's cereal dressed like Dragon Ball Z characters. After the match, HBK, Mick Foley, and Steve Austin came out, cleaned house, and danced until Austin hit a stunner. Pure nostalgia hit. WrestleMania 32 had scale, it had moments, but the pacing, the main event, and a few dead matches dragged it down. It's a Mania that looked iconic, but under the hood, it needed an edit. WrestleMania 33, April 2nd, 2017, Camping World Stadium in Orlando, Florida. Outdoor show, massive set, the world's longest entrance ramp, and one of the loudest nostalgia pops ever. It was billed as the ultimate thrill ride, and while not every match hit, this one had some unforgettable moments. WrestleMania 33 was a long show, over 5 hours, not counting the pre-show, but it gave fans a bit of everything: emotion, surprise returns, hard-hitting matches, and a main event that felt like the end of an era. But let's start where the night peaked: the return of the Hardy Boys. The Raw Tag Team Championship match was originally a triple threat ladder match until the New Day walked out dressed to compete, then swerved everyone by introducing a fourth team. Cue the Hardy Boys music. Crowd lost its mind. Jeff and Matt hadn't been in WWE in nearly a decade. They had just worked a ladder match in Ring of Honor the night before, and now they were back on the biggest stage, climbing ladders like it was 2000 again. Jeff hit a swanton off a huge ladder. They won the titles, biggest pop of the night, easily. The main event, Roman Reigns versus The Undertaker. And yeah, this one was rough. Taker looked worn down. Roman did what he could, but the match dragged. The story was clear. This was supposed to be Taker's last ride. Roman beat him clean after multiple spears. Then, post-match, Taker took off his gloves, hat, and coat and left them in the ring. Symbolic, emotional. The crowd gave him the respect, even if they booed the match. Elsewhere on the card, Brock Lesnar versus Goldberg was short, but awesome. Just under 5 minutes of pure explosiveness. Spears, suplexes, F5s, that's it. Brock won the Universal title, and it was way better than their WrestleMania 20 match. Randy Orton versus Bray Wyatt for the WWE title. Not so much. Bray used spooky CGI projector graphics on the mat, worms and bugs. The crowd didn't care. The crowd could barely see it. Orton hit an RKO and won flat. Seth Rollins versus Triple H was a solid unsanctioned match with good storytelling. Seth was selling a bad knee, Triple H was picking him apart, and in the end, Rollins hit the pedigree for the win. Stephanie McMahon went through a table too. Bonus points. John Cena and Nikki Bella versus The Miz and Maurice was more about the post-match moment. Cena proposing to Nikki in the ring. Cute. Crowd wasn't into it, but it hit the mainstream headlines, which was the point. AJ Styles versus Shane McMahon opened the main card and surprised everyone. Shane hung with AJ. Counters, high spots, and a clean Styles clash for the win. Way better than it had any right to be. Kevin Owens versus Chris Jericho for the U.S. title had some great storytelling, built from their amazing Festival of Friendship breakup. Owens won, but the match got a weird spot on the card and never hit Top Gear. WrestleMania 33 was long. It was uneven, but it had moments. The Hardys' return, Taker's symbolic exit, Lesnar and Goldberg finally getting it right. It felt like closure for some and a spotlight for others. WrestleMania 34, April 8th, 2018, Mercedes-Benz Superdome in New Orleans. WWE stacked the card. On paper, this show looked like a classic, and it almost was, until the main event derailed the whole night. WrestleMania 34 was loaded. WWE crammed every major division with stars, title matches, comebacks, dream bouts, and for the first few hours it delivered. But by the end of the night, the crowd was burnt, and the closing match hit with a thud. But let's start with the high point, Ronda Rousey's in-ring debut. It was Ronda Rousey and Kurt Angle versus Triple H and Stephanie McMahon, and no one expected it to be this good. Ronda crushed it. She looked comfortable, confident, and believable from the second she stepped in the ring. The crowd was red hot. She even got Triple H in an armbar at one point. It was chaos in the best way. Ronda made Steph tap, and just like that, WWE had a brand new star. Another huge moment, Daniel Bryan's return to the ring. After being medically cleared, he teamed with Shane McMahon to face Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. The emotion was real. Bryan took a powerbomb on the apron early, sold it like death, then came back with a full comeback sequence. Running drop kicks, yes kicks, the whole deal. He looked great. Crowd loved it. He made Zayn tap out to the yes lock. Emotional win. AJ Styles versus Shinsuke Nakamura for the WWE Championship was hyped as a dream match, and it was solid, but a little too restrained. The real moment came after the match. Nakamura turned heel with a low blow on AJ. That shocked people and set off a fresh storyline. Charlotte Flair versus Asuka was another strong one. Asuka's undefeated streak was on the line, and it ended. Charlotte made her tap clean to the figure eight. Huge surprise, and even though the loss raised eyebrows, the match itself was a showcase for both. But the main event, Brock Lesnar versus Roman Reigns, bombed. The crowd was done. They'd been sitting for nearly 7 hours, and instead of something fresh, they got Suplex City again. Brock dominated, Reigns bled a lot, and the crowd chanted for anything but the match. Brock retained, totally out of nowhere, and fans were left confused, bored, or both. Also on the card, the Bludgeon Brothers squashed the Usos and the New Day to win the SmackDown Tag Titles. Cool moment, but forgettable reign. Braun Strowman teamed with a literal child, Nicholas, a fan from the crowd who was actually a referee's son, to beat the Bar for the Raw Tag Titles. The crowd laughed, kids loved it. The belts were vacated the next night, but it was a total WrestleMania moment. The Undertaker squashed John Cena in a surprise match that was teased all night. Cena was in the crowd, got the call, ran backstage, and boom, Taker showed up, squashed him in under 3 minutes. Not a classic, but a fun moment. WrestleMania 34 had the bones of a great show. Ronda shined, Bryan returned, Charlotte snapped, Asuka's streak broke, but that main event just sucked the life out of the Superdome. It's a classic, good show, bad finish story. WrestleMania 35, April 7th, 2019, MetLife Stadium in New Jersey. This one was long. Like, real long. But packed with emotional highs and feel-good finishes. For the first time ever, the women closed the show, and 2 underdog stories finally got their payoffs. WrestleMania 35 had one mission: deliver on the hype. And for most of the night, it did exactly that. This was a show about payoffs, years in the making, grassroots support, and WWE finally listening to the crowd. Let's start with the biggest moment, the first women's main event in WrestleMania history. Becky Lynch versus Ronda Rousey versus Charlotte Flair for both the Raw and SmackDown Women's Championships. Becky had caught fire leading into this. The man persona took over, fans rallied behind her, and the Becky Two Belts movement took off. The match had energy, but the finish was weird, a botched crucifix pin where Ronda's shoulders weren't fully down. Still, Becky got the win, held up both titles, and the crowd exploded. History made. Earlier, the purest feel-good moment of the night, Kofi Kingston versus Daniel Bryan. Kofi had been in WWE for over a decade, always reliable, never pushed to the top. But the fans changed that. Kofi Mania was born, and WWE leaned in. Bryan was the perfect heel, preachy, smug, and dangerous. The match was emotional, physical, real. And when Kofi hit the Trouble in Paradise and pinned Bryan clean, the crowd lost it. Tears, confetti, his son's in the ring. It was everything a WrestleMania moment should be. Seth Rollins versus Brock Lesnar opened the main card, and Lesnar attacked him before the bell even rang. But once the match officially started, Rollins hit a low blow and 3 curb stomps to win the Universal title in under 3 minutes. Hot start, big pop, smart booking. Batista versus Triple H was wild. Overbooked, weapons everywhere, and Batista taking bumps like a madman at 50. Triple H ripped out Batista's nose ring with pliers. It was too long, but brutal in the right ways. Triple H won, and Batista retired the next day. Shane McMahon versus The Miz gave us a fun, chaotic mess, featuring a suplex off the platform into some scaffolding that knocked them both out. Shane landed on top, so he won by accident. Comedy gold. AJ Styles versus Randy Orton was good, but got hurt by terrible lighting. Fans in the stadium were blinded by a spotlight and literally couldn't see parts of the match. Roman Reigns versus Drew McIntyre was Reigns' big match return after beating leukemia. The match itself was just okay, but the moment was more important than the moves. The crowd showed love. Roman won. John Cena came back as the Doctor of Thugonomics, interrupting Elias. Total nostalgia blast. Rhymes, insults, a 5-knuckle shuffle. Fans ate it up. The Iconics won the women's tag titles in a surprise finish, stealing the win from Sasha Banks and Bayley. Huge reaction, even if the reign didn't last. WrestleMania 35 was long, over 7 hours if you include the pre-show, but it delivered where it counted. Kofi, Becky, Seth, feel-good wins across the board. It didn't need to be perfect, it just needed to pay off for the people fans had backed. And it did. WrestleMania 36, April 4th and 5th, 2020. This was the first and hopefully only pandemic-era Mania. No fans, no stadium, just a quiet performance center in Orlando, and 2 nights of wrestling history rewritten on the fly. It was surreal, awkward, creative, and surprisingly emotional. WrestleMania 36 wasn't just different, it was completely reimagined. The COVID-19 pandemic shut down live events weeks before Mania, and WWE had to pivot fast. So they taped the show in advance, split it into 2 nights, and did something that felt impossible. They made it work. Let's talk about the main events. Night 1 closed with The Undertaker versus AJ Styles in a boneyard match. And this wasn't a match in a ring, it was a cinematic fight scene, shot like a gritty action movie in a graveyard. AJ Styles showed up in a hearse. Taker rolled in as the American bad boy on a motorcycle. They brawled across a barn, smashed each other into tombstones, and Taker literally buried AJ alive. It was weird, wild, and awesome. For a lot of fans, it became an unexpected favorite, and, as it turned out, Undertaker's last match. Night 2 closed with Drew McIntyre versus Brock Lesnar for the WWE Championship. Short, intense, 4 minutes of finishers, and Drew hit 4 claymores to finally pin Brock. No crowd, but you could feel the emotion. Drew's rise had been years in the making. WWE aired a shot of him holding the belt, talking directly to the camera. A quiet, powerful moment in the middle of global chaos. Also on the card, John Cena versus The Fiend Bray Wyatt in a Firefly Funhouse match. And listen, this wasn't a match. It was a psychological fever dream. Cena was pulled through alternate realities. NWO Cena, Ruthless Aggression Cena, Puppet Vince yelling about ruthless aggression. It was part parody, part therapy session, part character dissection. Bray won, but the story was about Cena confronting every version of himself, and WWE letting go of logic for something totally experimental. It was weird and it ruled. Edge returned to the ring after 9 years away, facing Randy Orton in a last man standing match. It was long, physical, and very real. Maybe too long, it went nearly 40 minutes, but Edge held his own and delivered a gritty, emotional performance. It ended with a concerto. Edge won, and it meant something. Charlotte Flair beat Rhea Ripley for the NXT Women's Championship in one of the best straight-up wrestling matches of the weekend. Hard-hitting, technical, and gave the NXT brand real shine. Kevin Owens versus Seth Rollins was another standout. It started as a standard match, got restarted as no DQ, and ended with Owens diving off the WrestleMania sign, one of the best visuals of the night. Becky Lynch versus Shayna Baszler ended Becky's historic run. But not quite yet. She retained the Raw Women's title in a short, stiff match that felt more like a fight than a showcase. A few weeks later, she would reveal that the winner of the Women's Money in the Bank match that year was unknowingly competing for the Raw Women's title itself, as Becky was stepping away from the ring because she was pregnant. Braun Strowman replaced Roman Reigns, who pulled out due to health concerns, and squashed Goldberg to win the Universal title. Not much of a match, but it served its purpose. WrestleMania 36 was quiet, eerie, strange, but it showed WWE's ability to adapt under pressure. The cinematic matches stole the show. Drew got his moment, Edge came back, and Taker went out with style. No crowd, but still, a WrestleMania people will never forget. WrestleMania 37, April 10th and 11th, 2021, Raymond James Stadium in Tampa, Florida. After a full year with no fans, they were back. Limited capacity, socially distanced, and soaked from rain, but it didn't matter. The energy was electric. This was WWE's first real step back toward normal, and they made it count. WrestleMania 37 opened with a storm delay. The show started late, and WWE had to improvise with unscripted backstage interviews while rain hammered the stadium. It was messy, it was real, and somehow it made the show better. Fans were back, wrestlers were amped, everyone felt like they'd been holding their breath for a year, and now they could breathe again. Let's talk about the main event of Night 1. Sasha Banks versus Bianca Belair for the SmackDown Women's Championship. This was the first time two black women main evented WrestleMania, and the emotion was there before the bell even rang. You could see Bianca tearing up, the crowd was on fire, and they delivered a classic. Power, speed, storytelling. Bianca's hair whip sounded like a gunshot. She countered a Banks springboard into a KOD and pinned her clean. Massive pop, one of the most important Mania moments of the decade. Night 2 was all about Roman Reigns. He defended the Universal title against Edge and Daniel Bryan in a triple threat that had everything: nostalgia, technical wrestling, power. Crowd split in all directions. Roman didn't just win, he stacked both guys on top of each other and pinned them at the same time. That image said it all. This was no longer the big dog. This was God Mode Roman. Fully heel, fully in control. Elsewhere on Night 1, Bobby Lashley versus Drew McIntyre opened the weekend for the WWE title. And in a surprise, Lashley retained. Drew went out cold in the Hurt Lock. Great opener, hard-hitting, and the right call. Bobby was peaking, and the crowd loved it. Bad Bunny made his in-ring debut, teaming with Damian Priest against The Miz and John Morrison, and stole the dang show. The guy hit a Canadian destroyer. He took bumps. He nailed his timing. Fans went from skeptical to blown away. One of the best celebrity performances ever in wrestling. Cesaro versus Seth Rollins was a technical gem. Cesaro finally got his first singles match at Mania and made the most of it. Giant swing, UFO, and a clean win over Seth. The internet rejoiced. Night 2 had more ups and downs. Rhea Ripley beat Asuka to win the Raw Women's Championship in a solid, if slightly rushed match that helped reset the division. Kevin Owens versus Sami Zayn, with Logan Paul in the mix, was short but wild. KO stunned Sami, then stunned Logan Paul for the biggest pop of the segment. The Fiend versus Randy Orton. Oof. Looked cool visually, creepy giant Jack-in-the-Box entrance, but ended with Alexa Bliss bleeding black goo and distracting Bray. Orton hit one RKO and won. The crowd hated it, and WWE dropped the whole thing soon after. WrestleMania 37 was a vibe reset. Fans were back, big moments hit. Bianca, Roman, Lashley all came out stronger than they went in. It wasn't perfect, but it was emotional, loud, and necessary. WrestleMania 38, April 2nd and 3rd, 2022, AT&T Stadium in Dallas, Texas. This show was fun. That's the best way to put it. 2 nights packed with surprises, nostalgia, chaos, and one very loud, very unexpected, oh my gosh, he's back moment. WrestleMania 38 didn't try to be serious business start to finish. It tried to be entertainment, and it worked. Let's start with night 1, because that's where the roof came off. Stone Cold Steve Austin made his in-ring return after 19 years. The match wasn't officially advertised, just billed as a KO show segment with Kevin Owens, but once KO challenged him to a no-holds-barred match on the spot, Austin said yes, cracked some beers, and started throwing fists. And the match was actually great. Austin brawled around the arena, took suplexes on the floor, and hit stunners like he'd never left. He beat Owens clean, soaked in the pop, and then stunned him again just because. Nostalgia done right. Also on night 1, Cody Rhodes returned to WWE. Not as Stardust, not repackaged, but as the American Nightmare, straight out of AEW. He was the mystery opponent for Seth Rollins, and when his music hit, the crowd went nuts. The match was physical, dramatic, and full of storytelling callbacks. Cody hit multiple crossroads, even paid tribute to his dad with a bionic elbow, and got the clean win. It felt like a moment. Bianca Belair versus Becky Lynch might have been the best pure match of the weekend. A year after Becky squashed Bianca in 26 seconds, this was the rematch, and it delivered. High energy, crisp counters, brutal spots, Bianca hit the KOD and won the Raw Women's Championship. Redemption complete. Night 2, chaos in the best way. Pat McAfee wrestled and absolutely crushed it. He beat Austin Theory, looked legit, had the crowd with him, and then he got challenged by Vince McMahon. Yes, the 76-year-old Vince took off his shirt, got in the ring, and beat McAfee with the help from Theory. It was awkward, hilarious, and bizarre, but it didn't end there, because then Stone Cold's music hit again. Austin came back out, stunned Theory, stunned Vince after one of the worst stunner cells ever, which he'd already had one of those in the past that we thought could never be beaten. This beat it. It was bad. And then Austin stunned McAfee, mid-beer chug. It was nonsense, but it was gold. Edge versus AJ Styles was a technical war, methodical, stiff, and clean. Edge won with help from Damian Priest, kicking off the Judgment Day faction. Sami Zayn versus Johnny Knoxville was pure comedy. Interference from Wee Man, mousetraps, giant hands, tasers, full Looney Tunes. Sami bumped like a maniac and made it all work. Knoxville pinned him with a literal giant mousetrap. Stupid. Wonderful. Main event, Roman Reigns versus Brock Lesnar. Again. This time to unify the WWE and Universal titles. It was short, all finishers, big slams, and Roman won clean after a spear. It was fine. Not legendary, but decisive. The real story, Roman was now the guy. Period. WrestleMania 38 didn't try to be a work rate classic. It gave you surprises, nostalgia, bangers, comedy, and moments people would replay over and over again. And that's what Mania's all about. WrestleMania 39, April 1st and 2nd, 2023, SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. The tagline, WrestleMania goes Hollywood. Again. And this time, it had the glitz, the drama, and the best long-term storytelling WWE had pulled off in years. This was the peak of the Bloodline saga, and it gave us one of the greatest tag matches of all time. WrestleMania 39 was 2 nights of earned moments, high-stakes drama, and a couple controversial finishes, but it felt big from top to bottom, and it had a clear theme: stories first, spectacle second. Let's start with night 1, because it might have been the best single night of WrestleMania in modern history. Main event: the Usos versus Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens for the undisputed tag team titles. First time a tag match headlined Mania since the 80s, and it deserved it. This was the emotional payoff to a year-long arc. Sami's betrayal of the Bloodline, his reunion with KO, the crowd living and dying with every near fall. And in the end, Sami hit 3 haluva kicks on Jey Uso and got the win. The place exploded, one of the most satisfying Mania finishes ever. Earlier that night, Rhea Ripley versus Charlotte Flair for the SmackDown Women's title was a straight-up war. They beat the heck out of each other. Stiff shots, suplexes, high-impact stuff. Rhea hit a riptide from the top rope and pinned Charlotte clean. Massive win. She'd officially arrived as a top-tier star. Rey Mysterio versus Dominic Mysterio was pure storytelling fun. Dom came out in a prison van. Rey came out with Snoop Dogg. There was family drama, belt whipping, Eddie tributes, and Rey shutting his son up with a 619. The crowd loved it. Also, Seth Rollins versus Logan Paul over-delivered. Logan flew in on a zip line holding a Prime bottle. A Prime bottle mascot was also hanging around the ring with KSI inside it, of course. And the match was crisp and creative. Seth got the win, but the crowd got what they wanted. Night 2, more serious. Higher stakes, more divisive. The main event, Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes for the undisputed WWE Championship. The story was perfect. Cody returned, won the Rumble, chasing the belt his father never won. He had the crowd, the momentum, the fireworks, and for 30 minutes, the match told the story. Near falls, interference, drama, and then Solo Sikoa reappeared. Spike, spear, Roman retained. The crowd was stunned. WWE doubled down on the Bloodline. No feel-good ending yet. Cody's story wasn't finished, and for some fans, that was the wrong call. But it kept the saga going. Elsewhere on night 2, Gunther versus Sheamus versus Drew McIntyre for the Intercontinental title was pure violence. Stiff shots, hard chops, no wasted motion. Gunther retained in a straight-up war. Arguably the best wrestling match of the weekend. Edge versus Demon Finn Balor in Hell in a Cell was intense, but hurt by a real-life moment. Edge hit Finn with a ladder and cracked his head open badly. They had to pause mid-match for medical attention, which threw off the pacing. Brock Lesnar versus Omos opened night 2. It was a short, silly spectacle. Brock German suplex to Giant. Fans ate it up for what it was. The Women's Showcase tag match and Liv Raquel winning on night 2 were filler, but fun. Snoop Dogg filling in for Shane McMahon after Shane blew out his knee during a surprise return. Also an unexpected MVP moment. Snoop hit a people's elbow. No notes. WrestleMania 39 was cinematic, character-driven, and polished. Night 1 was all highs. Night 2 had the bigger stakes and bigger debates, but together, this was Hollywood done right. WrestleMania 40, April 6th and 7th, 2024 at Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia. And this one was massive. 2 nights, a sold-out crowd, title changes, career-defining moments, and the end of one of the greatest championship runs of all time. WWE didn't just hype this as a historic WrestleMania, they delivered on it. This was the Bloodline Saga's climax, and it stuck the landing. Let's start with night 1, because the drama kicked off immediately. The Rock returned to the ring for the first time in over a decade, teaming with Roman Reigns to face Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins. The stipulation: if Cody and Seth won, Roman would face Cody the next night under normal rules. But if Rock and Roman won, it would be Bloodline rules. And somewhat predictably, it went the Bloodline's way. The match was wild, cinematic in scale, heavy on the storytelling. Rock was jacked, serious, and working full heel for the first time in years. After a brutal finish, Rock and Roman stood tall, and Cody's uphill battle just got steeper. But the biggest pop of night one, Sami Zayn finally dethroned Gunther, ending his 666-day Intercontinental title reign. The match was stiff, emotional, and the crowd was living for every near fall. Sami hit the haluva kick and the building shook. Huge payoff. Rhea Ripley versus Becky Lynch opened the show and set the tone. Rhea was dominant, Becky was scrappy, and the crowd was split. Rhea won clean and cemented herself as the alpha of the division. Jey Uso beat Jimmy Uso in a long brewing brother versus brother match. Not a classic, but satisfying. Jey got his moment, and the crowd was with him the whole way. Then came night two, and everything built to the main event. Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns for the undisputed WWE Universal Championship. Over a year of build. The rematch from WrestleMania 39. This time, under Bloodline rules. Basically, no rules at all. This match was madness. Solo Sikoa interfered, The Rock returned, John Cena ran down for the save, The Undertaker appeared and took out Rock with a chokeslam. It was total chaos, and it worked. It was booked like a fan fiction event. Philly was losing their minds. In the end, Cody hit Crossroads 3 times. 1, 2, 3, new champion. Roman's 1,316-day reign was over. Confetti. Emotion. Cody had finally finished the story. But that wasn't the only title to change hands. Seth Rollins lost the World Heavyweight Championship to Drew McIntyre, only for Damian Priest to immediately cash in Money in the Bank and beat Drew. 3 title holders in 5 minutes. The crowd didn't stop reacting. Bayley beat Io Sky to win the WWE Women's Championship in a full circle moment, ending their Damage Control storyline on a high note. And Logan Paul retained his US title in a triple threat against Randy Orton and Kevin Owens, with help from Brass Knucks, of course. Still a heat magnet, still impressing in the ring. Also, LA Knight made his WrestleMania debut and beat AJ Styles, a big moment for a guy who rose fast on fan support. WrestleMania 40 was the end of one era and the launchpad for the next. Cody finally finished the story. Roman's legendary run closed. Rock came back. Cena showed up. Taker gave us one last lights out moment. This was WWE stacking the deck with every tool they had, and it paid off. WrestleMania 40 wasn't just an anniversary, it was a conclusion. The Bloodline saga ended. Cody finished the story, and a new generation stood ready. Legends returned, records fell, and in Philadelphia, the emotion poured out like confetti. It took 4 decades to get here, and now, with the past honored and the future wide open, WrestleMania feels more alive than ever. For 40 years, WrestleMania has been more than just a wrestling show. It's been a mirror, reflecting where the business was, where the world was, and where the fans were willing to go. From sold-out arenas to empty performance centers, from celebrities to underdogs, from Hulk Hogan to Cody Rhodes, every era left its mark. Some stories ended perfectly, others didn't. But every single year, the same question comes back around. What's WrestleMania got for us this time? Because if history tells us anything, it's that when the lights hit, when the music hits, when the world is watching, WrestleMania finds a way to deliver. For decades, NBC wasn't just a television network. It was the network. From the 1980s through the early 2010s, it defined appointment television with a lineup of legendary sitcoms. But for every beloved pilot and classic episode, there comes a bittersweet moment that fans both anticipate and dread: the series finale. This is the nerd history of NBC sitcom finales. Look at how 4 of the most iconic sitcoms ended their runs, why those endings mattered, and what they said about the characters and the audiences that loved them. We're talking about Cheers, Seinfeld, Friends, and The Office. Some bowed out gracefully, some left us confused, but all of them became part of television history. And today we're going to start where everybody knew your name. Welcome to the Nerd History Podcast. On May 20th, 1993, over 80 million people tuned in to watch Sam Malone close up the bar one last time in the Cheers finale, One for the Road. That night, the show that helped launch the modern sitcom era poured one final drink, and it was one to remember. The episode kicks off with a bang. Diane Chambers returns to Boston after a 6-year absence. If you followed Cheers from the beginning, you know their relationship was central to the early seasons. The finale wastes no time to bring Diane and Sam back together. A whirlwind rekindling leads to an impulsive decision. Sam and Diane will get married and move to Los Angeles. Yeah, that fast. But the sitcom magic doesn't quite hold up to real life. On their flight to LA, they realize they're chasing an old dream. Nostalgia isn't enough. They part ways again. In the end, Sam returns to the bar, not broken, but accepting. When a mysterious customer knocks at the locked door, Sam straightens a picture of Geronimo on the wall and says gently,
"Sorry, we're closed."
It's poetic, quiet, and deeply fitting. Cheers wasn't about grand gestures, it was about the rhythm of regulars, the comfort of familiar voices, and the reality that life goes on. The finale gave us closure, without closing the door entirely. Fast forward 5 years to May 18th, 1998. NBC aired the final episode of Seinfeld. Over 76 million people watched and then immediately started arguing. Titled simply The Finale, this took a meta-legalistic approach to saying goodbye to Jerry, George, Elaine, and Kramer. The gang finds themselves stranded in a small Massachusetts town after Kramer's unusual antics caused their private jet to make an emergency landing. There was a lot of setup. As they kill time, they witness a man getting mugged, and instead of helping, they film it and make jokes. Big mistake. Under a new Good Samaritan law, they're arrested for failing to help. And suddenly, the entire final episode becomes a courtroom drama, with dozens of former guest stars testifying about what terrible people our main 4 characters are. This wasn't a sentimental send-off, it was a brutal roast. They're convicted and sent to prison, and the show ends with Jerry doing stand-up in a jail jumpsuit.
So, anyone from Cell Block D?
I am.
I'll talk slower.
No redemption, no growth, just Seinfeld. The finale was controversial then and still is. But here's the thing, it was consistent. Seinfeld never pretended to have heart. It was a show about nothing, and its final joke was, essentially, these people were always awful. And we loved them anyway. On May 6, 2004, Friends said goodbye with an emotional finale that brought a decade of romantic tension, inside jokes, and latte-sipping loyalty to a heartfelt close. The 2-part episode, titled The Last One, focuses on the biggest question still hanging over the show. Will Ross and Rachel finally get it right? Spoiler, yes. Rachel is about to leave for Paris to start a new job. Ross realizes, surprise, surprise, that he still loves her. After a few sitcom hurdles, he rushes to the airport to declare his feelings, but she gets on the plane. Then, in one of the most quoted moments in TV history, Ross returns home heartbroken, only to hear her voice on his answering machine. She got off the plane. Finally, they're together. Meanwhile, Monica and Chandler welcome their adopted twins and prepare to move to the suburbs. The group takes one final walk through the empty apartment. Monica sets her key on the counter. One by one, the others do the same. It ends with Chandler asking, "Where?" in response to a suggestion to grab coffee. Friends delivered exactly what fans hoped for. A mix of tearful goodbyes, meaningful resolutions, and hope for the future. No major surprises, no character assassinations, just 6 friends growing up and moving on. May 16th, 2013, The Office ended its 9-season run with a finale simply titled Finale. Set a year after the in-universe documentary has aired, the Dunder Mifflin crew reunites in Scranton for Dwight and Angela's wedding. And yes, Michael Scott returns for one act, one perfect, unforgettable act. Michael, now happily married and a father, appears as Dwight's surprise best man. He doesn't dominate the finale, he doesn't need to. One line,
"That's what she said,"
was enough to bring fans to tears. The episode focuses on closure. Andy reflects on his downward spiral and eventual redemption. Erin reunites with her birth parents. Kevin's running a bar. Stanley's retired. Oscar's running for office. Everyone has changed, but the core feels familiar. Jim and Pam have sold their house and are preparing to move. Pam thanks the documentary crew and the audience for watching her story unfold. The final talking head is perfect. The characters marvel that their lives were worthy of filming in the first place.
There's a lot of beauty in ordinary things. Isn't that kind of the point?
The Office finale is gentle, reflective, and funny. A rare balancing act that left even the most jaded fans satisfied. Before we wrap up, let's take a quick look at a few other NBC sitcoms that left their mark with unforgettable finales. Shows that may have not had Seinfeld-level hype, but delivered thoughtful, memorable goodbyes. First up was Frasier with Goodnight Seattle in 2004. Frasier Crane's finale is as refined as the character himself. As his family moves forward, Martin remarrying, Niles and Daphne having a child, Frasier takes a final leap of faith. The show ends with him arriving in Chicago instead of San Francisco, chasing love once more. A classy, poetic farewell to a cerebral sitcom. Parks and Rec ended in 2015 with One Last Ride. With its optimistic, flash-forward structure, Parks and Rec gave us joyful peeks into each character's future. Ron finds serenity in nature, Donna thrives in business, and Leslie, well, she's clearly destined for greatness. It's hopeful, funny, and a perfect reflection of the show's warm heart. The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air finished in 1996 with I Done. The Banks family moves out, leaving Will to reflect on how far he's come. The final shot of him standing alone in the empty living room is both quiet and powerful, a heartfelt ending to a show that balanced comedy with cultural honesty. And there are more. 30 Rock gave us surreal but sweet goodbye. Scrubs, even with its network shift and final season that we don't actually talk about because it ended. It ended in season 8, and it offered a beautiful send-off with my finale. One of the most perfect finales ever, honestly. The Good Place went out on an ambitious and deeply emotional note, exploring what it means to find peace and say goodbye on your own terms. Superstore wrapped with a heartfelt thank you for shopping at Cloud 9. NBC sitcoms have given us so many lives to laugh with and to say goodbye to. And in every finale, there's a little bit of truth. That change is inevitable, but the stories we've shared stay with us. NBC sitcom finales tell us as much about their eras as they do their characters. Cheers showed us that sometimes you stay where you belong, even if the past knocks on your door. Seinfeld reminded us that not all endings are warm and fuzzy, and that's okay. Friends made us believe that love, growth, and coffee with your crew could carry you through anything. And The Office reminded us that even the dullest workplace is full of stories worth telling. In an age of streaming and binges, series finales don't always feel like events anymore. But for those who gathered around their TVs to say goodbye with millions of others, they were cultural touchstones. They marked the end of an era. They made us laugh, cry, and sometimes argue. They reminded us that goodbyes, like sitcoms, are rarely perfect, but they're part of the story. Thanks for watching the nerd history of NBC sitcom finales. Now let's grab a coffee.
Where?
When a DeLorean hits 88 miles per hour in an empty mall parking lot, film history is forever changed. Back to the Future burst onto screens in 1985 as a time travel romp that combined science fiction, comedy, and heartfelt drama, all wrapped in an unforgettable 80s aesthetic. Directed by Robert Zemeckis and produced by the then up-and-coming Steven Spielberg, the movie wasn't just a hit, it became a cultural phenomenon. A blend of teen angst, paradoxical time travel, and quirky characters gave it mass appeal across demographics. Audiences were treated to a cinematic adventure that played with time loops, generational humor, and an unlikely friendship between a teenager and an eccentric scientist. In this Nerd History Deep Dive, we'll journey through the film's origins, behind-the-scenes drama, reception, memes, and lasting legacy. So, buckle up, set your flux capacitor to fluxing, and let's go back, way back. This is the Nerd History of Back to the Future.
They found me. I don't know how, but they found me.
The spark for Back to the Future ignited when screenwriter Bob Gale discovered his father's high school yearbook while visiting his parents in Missouri. The whimsical question struck him: would he have been friends with his dad if they were teenagers at the same time? This single idea, rich with narrative potential, led to brainstorming sessions with frequent collaborator Robert Zemeckis. At the time, Zemeckis was still establishing himself in Hollywood, coming off the underwhelming box office performance of Used Cars. Studios hesitated on the time travel script, calling it too wholesome, especially in an era dominated by raunchier teen comedies like Porky's. In total, over 40 studios passed on the script before Universal finally bit, but only after Zemeckis had scored a hit with Romancing the Stone, proving his directorial mettle. With Steven Spielberg on board as executive producer, the movie finally got the green light. Filming began in late 1984 in Southern California, but midway through production, a major shakeup occurred. Eric Stoltz, originally cast as Marty McFly, delivered a performance Zemeckis felt was too dramatic for the film's tone. Recasting with Michael J. Fox, who was already beloved for Family Ties, required reshooting large chunks of the film and carefully working around Fox's busy sitcom schedule. It was a gamble, but one that would ultimately define the film's charm.
Saturday night, we're sending you back to the future.
Behind the scenes, Back to the Future was a whirlwind of innovation, improvisation, and sleepless nights. Michael J. Fox worked brutal hours, often filming Family Ties during the day and shooting Back to the Future overnight. Crew members recalled seeing Fox arrive on set straight from the sitcom stage, running on little more than adrenaline and coffee. Meanwhile, Christopher Lloyd brought Doc Brown to life with manic energy and heartfelt sincerity, inspired in part by a blend of Einstein and conductor Leopold Stokowski. The DeLorean, while now iconic, was chosen partly because it looked futuristic, but also because its gull-wing doors allowed for dynamic visual framing. In reality, the car was notoriously unreliable. Crews often had to push it between takes. Production design created an entire 1955 Hill Valley set that was dressed and redressed to appear either bright and bustling or downtrodden and decayed, depending on the scene. Practical effects dominated the film, from the lightning strike on the clock tower to the flaming tire tracks. Time was constantly tight. The movie had to be in theaters by July 3, 1985, to capitalize on the summer movie season, and the team rushed to meet post-production deadlines. Sound designer Alan Silvestri's score, with its soaring brass themes, added a majestic quality that elevated the story beyond its comedic and sci-fi roots.
Now I need your help to get back to the year 1985.
When Back to the Future hit theaters, the response was electric. Audiences flocked to see it over the 4th of July weekend, and the film grossed $11.3 million in its opening days. Its box office legs were remarkable, remaining the top-grossing film for 11 of the next 12 weeks, and eventually becoming 1985's highest-grossing film. Critics praised the film's perfect blend of humor, heart, and high-concept science fiction. Roger Ebert lauded the film as a delightful fantasy, singling out Fox's charismatic performance and Lloyd's madcap brilliance. Viewers of all ages connected with the story. Teenagers related to Marty's frustrations, while parents were intrigued by the nostalgic portrayal of 1950s Americana. The film's time travel logic, though playful, was coherent enough to invite repeated viewings. It even earned an Academy Award for Best Sound Effects Editing, along with 3 other nominations, including Best Original Screenplay. Despite a few critics who found the film overly broad, the consensus was clear. Back to the Future was a lightning bolt of originality.
Generate the 1.21 gigawatts of electricity. 1.21 gigawatts!
Few movies have embedded themselves in popular culture quite like Back to the Future. The dialogue alone has become shorthand for geek references. This is heavy. 1.21 gigawatts. And of course, where we're going, we don't need roads. These lines have appeared in everything from The Simpsons to Rick and Morty, the latter being a spiritual homage to Doc and Marty. The Power of Love by Huey Lewis and the News topped charts, and the band made a cameo as the unimpressed judge at Marty's band audition. The trilogy sparked annual celebrations, particularly on October 21, 2015, the date Marty visits the future in Part 2. On that day, theaters held marathons, news outlets compared film predictions to reality, and fans shared countless tributes online. The film's iconography, from the flux capacitor to the Twin Pine Mall sign, has been endlessly merchandised, memeified, and homaged. More recently, the story found new life as a musical, debuting in London's West End and winning the Laurence Olivier Award for Best New Musical before transferring to Broadway.
I am an extraterrestrial from the planet Vulcan.
The journey of Back to the Future is filled with quirky facts and near misses. In early drafts, the time machine wasn't a car at all. It was a stationary device housed inside a refrigerator. This idea was scrapped partly to avoid encouraging children to crawl into household appliances. The title was almost changed, too. A Universal executive famously hated Back to the Future and suggested the bizarre alternative, Spaceman from Pluto, prompting Spielberg to mock the memo so thoroughly that the title remained unchanged. Eric Stoltz, despite being recast, remains a part of the film. Some wide shots still feature him in the role. The DeLorean's 88 miles per hour threshold was chosen because it sounded scientifically plausible and visually satisfying for special effects. During the clock tower sequence, the climactic lightning strike wasn't fully rendered in time for early screenings, but audiences responded so positively that the team knew they had a hit. Fox and Lloyd had such chemistry that many of their interactions were loosely improvised, and Lloyd famously never memorized the script, preferring to react organically to the scene.
Give me a Pepsi free.
You want a Pepsi, pal? You're gonna pay for it.
Despite its popularity, Back to the Future had its share of controversies. Chief among them was the mid-shoot recasting of Eric Stoltz. The production had invested weeks in shooting scenes with him, and his replacement was a costly and politically delicate decision. Some crew members reportedly felt loyal to Stoltz and resented the shift, though the final product vindicated Zemeckis' instincts. Another flashpoint came much later, with fans clamoring for a fourth movie. Co-writer Bob Gale has adamantly refused, citing the trilogy's complete arc and warning against diluting its legacy. He famously joked, "Only over my dead body," when asked about sequels. Some modern viewers have critiqued the film for its portrayal of teenage romance, especially the awkward scenes involving Marty's mother unknowingly flirting with her son. While intended as humorous and surreal, these scenes have sparked debate among newer audiences. Additionally, the product placement in the trilogy, ranging from Pepsi to Nike, has drawn attention, though it was a standard Hollywood practice. Ultimately, none of these issues significantly diminished the film's beloved status.
That was the day I invented time travel.
Back to the Future has left an indelible mark not only on cinema, but on pop culture as a whole. It was inducted into the National Film Registry in 2007, recognized for its cultural, historical, and aesthetic significance. Its influence stretches across genres. Countless films and shows have borrowed its time travel tropes, from Avengers Endgame to Stranger Things. The DeLorean has become shorthand for time travel itself, even for those who haven't seen the film. The trilogy's arc, blending science fiction with personal growth and intergenerational dynamics, set a new standard for what family-friendly adventure films could be. Educational settings have used scenes from the film to explore theoretical physics, narrative structure, and cultural analysis. The continued success of the stage musical and comics show that the story still resonates with modern audiences. Gale and Zemeckis' refusal to reboot or remake the original trilogy has cemented its legacy, preserving its originality in an era dominated by reboots.
Roads? Where we're going, we don't need roads.
From its bold concept inspired by a yearbook to unforgettable music and a globe-spanning legacy, Back to the Future exemplifies nerd culture at its best: smart, imaginative, and endlessly entertaining. It reminds us that the choices we make ripple through time, and that sometimes the best way to understand the future is to explore the past. Whether you caught this in theaters in 1985 or watched it recently for the first time, the film's message still resonates. Understanding the past can reshape everything. To be continued. A fearless test pilot, a cosmic ring powered by will, and a legacy that spans galaxies. That's Hal Jordan, a name that resonates in comic book halls and pop culture alike. This isn't just about a guy in green tights, it's an odyssey from small-town beginnings to interstellar policing, moral reckoning, and redemption on an unimaginable scale. Today, we dive deep into Hal's journey, the man behind the ring, his rise, his fall, and his lasting impact on nerd culture. This is the nerd history of Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern.
could be dating the Green Lantern!
The story of Hal Jordan begins in the Silver Age of comics, a period defined by the resurgence of superhero storytelling in the late 1950s. In July 1959, DC Comics introduced Hal Jordan in Showcase number 22, a comic dated for October 1959. Created by editor Julius Schwartz, writer John Broome, and artist Gil Kane. Their aim was to reimagine the Green Lantern character from the Golden Age's Alan Scott into something modern and scientifically grounded. Hal Jordan was no sorcerer wielding a mystical ring. He was a test pilot chosen by a dying alien, Abin Sur, to inherit the most powerful weapon in the universe, a power ring fueled by willpower. Jordan's early stories were a hybrid of sci-fi adventure and moral clarity. As a member of the intergalactic Green Lantern Corps, Hal was assigned to protect Sector 2814, which included Earth. His dual life as a pilot at Ferris Aircraft and a cosmic law enforcer established one of the most dynamic identities in comics. Readers were immediately captivated by his fearlessness, charisma, and occasional recklessness, all traits that made him deeply human. The debut of Green Lantern cemented Hal as a foundational member of the Justice League of America. His stories tackled threats on both terrestrial and cosmic levels, setting a standard for superhero narratives that blended personal stakes with vast universal consequences. He wasn't just Earth's protector, he was a universal sentinel.
What's with all the green?
Behind Hal Jordan's success was a trio of visionary creatives. Julius Schwartz brought a science fiction ed to DC's stable, leveraging his experience editing pulp sci-fi magazines. Writer John Broome infused Hal's stories with themes of duty and justice, often reflecting the cultural optimism of post-war America. Artist Gil Kane provided a sleek, modern aesthetic that defined Hal's clean-cut look and action-packed panels. But as the 1970s rolled in, the creative direction shifted. Dennis O'Neil and Neil Adams took over and crafted one of the most critically lauded comic book runs in history. Pairing Hal with the left-wing firebrand Green Arrow, the duo thrust the Green Lantern series into real-world issues like drug abuse, racial inequity, and political corruption. In a bold narrative move, they took Hal out of the stars and into the streets of America, confronting moral ambiguities that challenged his worldview. This era was pivotal. It not only redefined Hal's moral compass, but also reinforced his role as a character capable of evolution. Rather than a paragon of righteousness, he became a figure who could question, adapt, and grow.
Only the modern Green Lantern is vulnerable to yellow.
The 1990s marked a turbulent era for Hal Jordan. After the destruction of his beloved Coast City by Mongul and the cyborg Superman, Hal's grief consumed him. In a controversial storyline titled Emerald Twilight, Hal attempted to use the central power battery on Oa to resurrect his city. Denied by the Guardians, he snapped, absorbing the battery's power, slaughtering fellow Lanterns, and assuming the identity of Parallax. Fans were divided. Some praised the bold narrative risks, others were devastated to see their hero fall so far. The storyline effectively ended Hal's tenure as Green Lantern, passing the torch to Kyle Rayner, a rookie artist who became the new ring bearer. Hal's actions as Parallax included reshaping reality in 0 Hour Crisis in Time, and a subsequent path of atonement leading to his death in Final Night, where he sacrificed himself to reignite Earth's sun. Redemption came with Green Lantern Rebirth in 2004, written by Jeff Johns. The series redefined Parallax not as Hal's dark side, but as a cosmic parasite embodying fear. This allowed Hal to return as a hero while preserving the emotional weight of his past mistakes. It was a masterstroke of retconning that rejuvenated interest in the character and the mythos.
Just as green energy is formed by willpower and red by anger, it seems the orange energy is fueled by avarice.
Jeff Johns didn't just bring Hal back, he reshaped the entire Green Lantern mythology. His run, lasting from 2004 to 2013, is widely regarded as one of the greatest in modern superhero comics. Johns introduced the emotional spectrum, a cosmic concept where each color represented a different emotion: will for green, fear for yellow, rage for red, hope for blue, love for violet, avarice for orange, and compassion for indigo. This expansion introduced new Corps, the terrifying Sinestro Corps, the vengeful Red Lanterns, the healing Indigo Tribe, the greedy Orange Lantern Larfleas, and the passionate Star Sapphires. Each Corps brought unique narratives, rich lore, and diverse characters. Hal's battles with Sinestro became central, especially in arcs like Sinestro Corps War, where the Yellow Lanterns invaded Earth. That event alone elevated the Green Lantern title to a top-selling book. Johns masterfully guided Hal through Blackest Night, a massive crossover event where deceased heroes and villains were resurrected as Black Lanterns. The story was both a horror epic and an emotional catharsis. It culminated in Brightest Day, re-establishing Hal as Earth's central defender. During this period, Hal worked alongside and sometimes against other Corps, reflecting themes of emotional balance, cooperation, and the complexity of heroism. By the end of John's run, the Green Lantern universe had grown into a sprawling mythos with layered politics, interpersonal drama, and cosmic stakes. Hal Jordan stood at the center of it all, a hero not because he was flawless, but because he bore the weight of his flaws with unshakable will.
As lanterns, we must fight with all our will.
Hal Jordan has long been one of DC's cornerstone heroes, though his journey has not been without turbulence. The Parallax arc deeply polarized fans, but Green Lantern Rebirth re-established Hal's heroism and proved his story could evolve. His inclusion in the Justice League, animated adaptations, and crossover events solidified his role as a pillar of the DC universe. Outside the comics, Hal appeared in numerous animated series, including Justice League Unlimited and Green Lantern the Animated Series. In 2011, Warner Bros. Released a live-action Green Lantern film starring Ryan Reynolds. Despite high expectations and cutting-edge visual effects, the film underperformed critically and commercially, later becoming a cautionary tale in superhero cinema. Still, Hal remained a fan favorite thanks to compelling writing and his central role in comic arcs throughout the 2010s. Hal Jordan's legacy is one of perseverance. Despite narrative missteps and controversial transformations, he endures because his story taps into something universal: the struggle to overcome fear and the belief in redemption through will.
Fear is more effective than willpower. So you ditched green and went yellow, the color of cowardice.
Hal Jordan's visual inspiration came from Paul Newman, giving him that classic movie star charm. He's the only Earth Lantern to have wielded all 9 rings of the emotional spectrum at some point. Hal also temporarily became the Spectre, the spirit of vengeance, after his death, a supernatural detour that emphasized themes of atonement. Hal's oath in Brightest Day in Blackest Night has transcended comics to become one of the most iconic mantras in nerddom. Even outside DC circles, he's instantly recognizable. IGN ranked him as the 7th greatest comic book hero of all time, and he consistently lands in top 10 lists for most iconic superheroes.
Please don't make the super suit green or animated.
No Green Lantern discussion is complete without addressing the controversies. Hal's descent into Parallax, while narratively bold, was divisive. Many fans felt it betrayed the character's essence. Others applauded the risk and emotional gravity. DC's decision to make Hal a villain led to campaigns for his return, and ultimately, Rebirth served as a direct answer to fan demand. The 2011 movie remains another flashpoint. Critics panned its over-reliance on CGI and lack of emotional depth. Even Ryan Reynolds has openly joked about the film's shortcomings, going so far as to fictionally take his own life before agreeing to do the movie in the time-traveling end-credits scene of Deadpool 2. The backlash was significant enough to stall further Green Lantern cinematic efforts for over a decade.
Brightest day. Blackest night.
Hal Jordan redefined what it means to be a superhero. Not because he never failed, but because he always fought to rise again. He embodies the essence of willpower, the ability to act despite fear. Through decades of storytelling, from cosmic wars to internal struggles, Hal has remained a touchstone of redemption and resilience. The Green Lantern universe expanded dramatically thanks to Hal's foundational presence. Today, characters like Jon Stewart, Jessica Cruz, and Simon Baz continue his legacy, but Hal remains the North Star. With new adaptations like HBO's Lanterns on the horizon, the flame of Jordan's story is far from extinguished. Hal Jordan's journey from reckless pilot to cosmic redeemer isn't just superhero fiction. It's a narrative about choice, accountability, and the indomitable human spirit. He soared, he fell, and he found his way back. A testimony to the power of Green Lantern's light. It began with a lightning bolt. Or, more accurately, a bolt of imported Japanese footage mixed with American teen drama and a whole lot of 90s attitude. When Mighty Morphin Power Rangers debuted on August 28, 1993, few could have predicted the cultural juggernaut it would become. A show aimed at kids, built on recycled action scenes from the Japanese series Kairoyu Sentai Zuru Ranger, cobbled together with low-budget but charming American storylines, somehow captured the imaginations of millions. Its mix of brightly colored costumes, martial arts, giant robots, and earnest heroes struck a chord that resonated across generations. This is the nerd history of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. The roots of the Power Rangers stretch back to Japan in the mid-1970s with the launch of the Super Sentai series. These shows featured color-coded heroes, transforming mechs, and over-the-top villains. By the late 80s, Haim Saban, a music producer turned television entrepreneur, recognized an opportunity. After years of trying to adapt Super Sentai for American audiences, he finally found a willing partner in Margaret Loach of Fox Kids. They chose the 16th Super Sentai entry, Zayu Ranger, as the template, creating Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. The concept was clever. Use Japanese action scenes to save money, then film new footage with American actors for the out-of-costume segments. Add a catchy theme song, Go Go Power Rangers, some teen angst, and rubber-suited monsters, and the formula was born. Casting unknowns with real martial arts or dance experience gave the show authenticity, despite its low budget. The original lineup, Jason, Kimberly, Zach, Trini, Billy, and later Tommy, became instant stars. When it premiered in 1993, Power Rangers was a surprise hit. Merchandise flew off the shelves. Halloween became a parade of little red and pink Rangers. Ratings exploded. Saban's vision had worked. He'd built a multimedia empire by blending East and West with a uniquely American spin.
I know you're the Green Ranger.
Well then, Pink Ranger, you should also know that you and the other Power Rangers will soon be destroyed.
If the core team was the heart of the show, then the Green Ranger was its pulse-pounding adrenaline shot. Introduced during the iconic 5-part saga Green with Evil, Tommy Oliver, played by Jason David Frank, began as a villainous ranger corrupted by Rita Repulsa. His evil streak and eventual redemption captivated audiences. When he turned good and joined the team, fans couldn't get enough. Tommy wasn't just powerful, he was cool. With his dragon dagger and towering dragon sword, he brought a sense of mystery and danger that elevated the entire series. Due to immense fan demand, Tommy's stay was extended well beyond its original plan. As his Green Ranger powers waned, he returned as the White Ranger, leader of the team and the bearer of the Tiger Zord. This transformation, complete with a new suit, talking sword, and fanfare, solidified his status as the most iconic Ranger of all time. Tommy's arc, from rival to leader, mirrored the growth of the show itself, evolving from campy origins into something kids could really invest in.
The ooze is back!
By 1995, the Power Rangers were at their peak. A theatrical film was the next logical step, and Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie, delivered spectacle, new suits, and a villain named Ivan Ooze. Released on June 30th, 1995, the film featured a completely original storyline with upgraded visuals, CG Zords, and a bigger budget. Though it received mixed reviews from critics, the movie was a box office hit and a fan favorite. It offered a glimpse at what Power Rangers could be with theatrical resources, more ambitious action, cinematic fight scenes, and the debut of Ninjetti powers. For many fans, it remains a nostalgic highlight, even if its story was quickly overwritten by the show's later seasons, officially making the original movie non-canon.
There can only be one Red Ranger.
In 2017, Lionsgate attempted to reboot the franchise with a darker, more grounded film simply titled Power Rangers. Featuring a diverse cast and more serious tone, it reimagined the original team for a new generation. The movie delved into their backstories, offered unique, updated designs, and gave the Rangers a more Marvel-like character arc. While critics were lukewarm and box office returns fell short of expectations, the film found a dedicated fan base. It was praised for its effort to humanize the Rangers. Despite its shortcomings, the 2017 movie demonstrated the continued cultural relevance of the Power Rangers and sparked hope for future revivals.
Thanks, Alpha. Just in the nick of time. We're on our way.
After 3 seasons of Mighty Morphin, the show transitioned into Power Rangers Zeo in 1996. New suits, new powers, and new villains refreshed the formula. Power Rangers Turbo followed in 1997, with a younger Blue Ranger and a sleeker, faster aesthetic. Then came Power Rangers in Space in 1998, a bold departure that took the Rangers into the cosmos and concluded the Zordon saga. Each new iteration brought changes, but always retained the core spirit. The casts rotated, the powers evolved, but Zordon's legacy and the original team's shadow loomed large. In Space, in particular, marked a critical turning point, offering deeper storytelling, higher stakes, and the bittersweet farewell to the franchise's original mentor, Zordon.
Once a Ranger?
Always a Ranger.
In 2023, Netflix released Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Once and Always, a special 30th anniversary reunion featuring returning cast members including David Yost and Walter Emmanuel Jones, who played Billy and Zach, respectively. The special honored fallen Rangers both in story and in real life, serving as a love letter to fans and a poignant reflection on legacy. Set in universe with a mix of nostalgia and updated storytelling, the episode paid tribute to Thuy Trang, who played Trini, who died in 2001, and built its plot around her daughter stepping into the Ranger legacy. Once and Always struck an emotional chord, balancing action with heartfelt homage. It reminded viewers why the original Rangers mattered, not just as heroes, but as a family.
But unless you got a master morpher, you ain't nothing but a cheap copy.
No tribute to the Power Rangers would be complete without honoring Jason David Frank, the man who was Tommy Oliver. Frank, who passed away in 2022, was more than just an actor. He was the face of the franchise. From green to white, red Zeo to black Dino Ranger, he never stopped embracing his Ranger roots. He returned to the series multiple times, mentored new generations of fans, and embodied the spirit of the franchise both on-screen and at conventions worldwide. His passing was felt deeply by the fandom. Tributes poured in from co-stars and fans alike, all echoing a shared sentiment. Jason David Frank was the Power Rangers. His charisma, humility, and dedication left a mark that will never fade. As long as there are fans shouting, "It's Morphin time!" his memory lives on.
Can you bring back Power Rangers?
Over the decades, Power Rangers became more than a show. It became a generational touchstone. Its phrases entered the lexicon. Its toys filled shelves. Entire conventions like Power Morphicon formed around it. And yes, the memes. Everything from the overacting villains to the awkward American monsters became part of internet lore. Fans still debate favorite Rangers, favorite Zords, and best theme songs. The original theme alone has been remixed and revived countless times, and even as new generations of Rangers emerged, the Mighty Morphin legacy remained at the center. Adding to that legacy in recent years were two groundbreaking comic book series from Boom Studios, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers and Go-Go Power Rangers. These comics didn't just rehash old stories, they expanded the mythology. The narrative introduced new characters, delved into Ranger lore, and even explored alternate universes. Central among these was the rise of Lord Drakon, an evil version of Tommy Oliver who merged Green and White Ranger powers in a dystopian timeline. This storyline added complexity and darkness that fans had never seen in the television series. The comics also gave us more nuanced versions of the original team, offering deeper backstories, emotional growth, and interpersonal drama that made them feel more like real people. They bridged the gap between nostalgia and innovation, proving that the Power Rangers universe could grow and mature with its audience. For longtime fans, these stories were a revelation, simultaneously a return home, and a bold new frontier. What started as a clever adaptation of Japanese TV turned into one of the longest-running kids' franchises in history. Its core values, teamwork, diversity, courage, resonated far beyond the screen. It inspired countless kids to believe they could be heroes too. The original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers still stand tall as icons of 90s pop culture. Their battles might have been staged, their monsters rubbery, but the impact was real. The show taught resilience, camaraderie, and standing up to evil, even if that evil was just made of purple snot. 3 decades later, the phrase, "It's Morphin time," still brings a smile. The original Power Rangers might have started as teenagers with attitude, but they became symbols of hope, courage, and unity. Whether you discovered them in 1993 or found them through Netflix, the legacy lives on. August 11th, 1991 wasn't just another Sunday morning. It was a flashpoint in pop culture history, a radical reimagining of what children's television could be. That day, Nickelodeon launched its first ever slate of original animated programming, a trio now enshrined in animation legend: Doug, Rugrats, and The Ren and Stimpy Show. Dubbed the NickToons, these shows didn't just entertain, they revolutionized. No longer would Saturday morning cartoons be dominated by toy commercials in disguise or sugar-coated morality tales. With a sharp pivot toward creator-driven content, Nickelodeon planted a flag for authenticity, weirdness, and emotional intelligence. This was the moment when kids' TV finally grew up, but did so with all the messy, awkward, hilarious charm of childhood itself. Behind these 3 shows were creators with bold visions, weird sketchbooks, and childhood memories etched into storyboards. And though they couldn't have known it at the time, their debut would launch an era that redefined animation, built careers, and gave voice to a generation raised on orange splats and irreverent theme songs. This is the story of how Doug Funny, Tommy Pickles, and a psychotic chihuahua named Ren set off a chain reaction that would ripple through every corner of nerd culture. This is the nerd history of the original NickToons.
Baby's gotta do what a baby's gotta do.
In the late 1980s, Nickelodeon found itself at a crossroads. The cable channel, launched in 1979, had made a name airing imported cartoons and oddball live-action fare, but it lacked an identity, something that could anchor it against the flashier Saturday morning network blocks. Then came 2 names that would change everything: Geraldine Laybourne, Nickelodeon's visionary president, and Vanessa Coffey, an executive producer who championed the unthinkable at the time: original, creator-driven animation. This was not the norm. At the time, most cartoons were essentially long-form advertisements for toys. The industry was awash in shows about robots, warriors, and pastel-colored ponies, all designed to move merchandise. Coffey wanted to flip the formula. Instead of basing shows on existing products, she sought stories that sprang from personal experience, eccentric characters, and real emotional texture. And thus began the search for 3 shows that could anchor the first wave of NickToons. Jim Jenkins brought Doug, a series based on his awkward adolescence in Richmond, Virginia. Doug Funny was a semi-autobiographical stand-in, a nervous, imaginative every kid navigating crushes, friendships, and schoolyard anxiety. The tone was gentle, almost journalistic, and utterly unlike anything else on the air. When Jenkins pitched his idea, it was just a guy with a sketchpad and a dream. But what he had was heart, and Nickelodeon saw it immediately. Then came Rugrats, from the trio of Arlene Klasky, Gabor Tsupo, and Paul Germain. It asked one question: what if babies had rich inner lives? Inspired by their own young children, they envisioned a world where toddlers misinterpreted adult concepts into epic quests. It was smart, subversive, and wildly creative, and it also had teeth. Its babies weren't just cute, they were complex, scared, mischievous. Rugrats wasn't just about kids, it was about what it meant to be a person from day one. And finally, the wild card, the Ren and Stimpy Show, from the mind of John Kricfalusi. A grotesque, anarchic, and deeply polarizing series, Ren and Stimpy was like nothing else on TV. The animation was exaggerated and disturbing, the humor surreal and often unsettling. But it was brilliant, too. A clear homage to early Warner Brothers cartoons and 40s slapstick. It dared to push every boundary of taste and decency. For Nickelodeon, it was a risk, but it was also a statement. Nothing was off limits anymore. By 1991, these 3 shows were greenlit. NickToons was born. The fuse was lit.
Wait till I tell Skeeter I ate raw fish for lunch.
Each of the original Nicktoons was more than a show. They were the products of deeply personal storytelling. Behind the polished animation were creators drawing from their lives, fighting deadlines, and inventing techniques on the fly. Jim Jenkins crafted Doug as a diary of sorts. His own shyness, his oddball friends, and even his dog were ported directly from memory. The show's audio signature came from Fred Newman, a master of mouth sounds and unconventional instruments. He once made an entire soundtrack using only a tuna can and rubber bands. Jenkins' team wasn't chasing slapstick or catchphrases. They were trying to capture the way a kid sees the world, full of promise, peril, and pizza. Rugrats had its own alchemy. Klasky and Supo's visual style was rough and scribbly, a deliberate contrast to the airbrushed perfection of other cartoons. The babies' voices, led by E.G. Daly as Tommy and Christine Cavanaugh as Chucky, were rooted in real childlike expressions. The stories were observational but profound. An episode about getting lost at a grocery store played like an existential crisis. They even ventured into cultural representation, airing holiday specials like a Rugrats Passover and a Rugrats Hanukkah, long before diversity became a programming buzzword. Meanwhile, Ren and Stimpy operated like a beautiful, chaotic art school on fire. Kricfalusi demanded that every frame be drawn with emotion, sometimes rage, sometimes joy, often both. Animators would get detailed packets about how a character should feel in each scene. Episodes took months to finish. Behind the scenes, tensions mounted, but the results? Visually groundbreaking, often grotesque, and always unforgettable. All three shows shared a common thread. They respected their audiences. These weren't dumbed-down cartoons. They assumed kids could handle nuance, absurdity, and the occasional existential dread. And they were right.
Don't whiz on the electric fence!
August 11th, 1991 arrived like a meteor strike. Viewers tuning in to Nickelodeon that morning were treated to an unprecedented lineup. 3 original cartoons, each with its own voice, tone, and artistic ambition. First came Doug, a quiet and thoughtful opener that set the tone for a new kind of introspective animation. It was a gentle hand reaching out to kids who felt weird, anxious, or out of place. While not the flashiest of the trio, Doug resonated with a growing audience of kids who saw themselves in its sketchbook pages. Next came Rugrats, which immediately captured imaginations with its stylized animation and unique perspective. The show presented toddlers as complex beings capable of rich internal lives, questioning the adult world with both innocence and inadvertent insight. It was both adorable and deeply smart. And then, to cap it all off, Ren and Stimpy crashed onto screens in a blaze of madness. Nothing could have prepared audiences for what they were about to see. A chihuahua and a cat engaged in a series of grotesque, often surreal misadventures, rendered in a visual style more akin to Salvador Dali than Hanna-Barbera. The initial critical response was strong. Reviewers praised the originality and bravery of the programming, particularly Rugrats and Ren and Stimpy. Parents were divided. Some celebrated the fresh, honest portrayal of childhood, while others were unsure what to make of the bizarre and often edgy content. But kids were all in. They talked about it at lunch. They drew the characters in the margins of their homework. They begged for VHS tapes and lunchboxes. Within a year, Rugrats was topping the ratings. Doug earned critical nods and would go on to be acquired by Disney. Ren and Stimpy became a cult phenomenon, simultaneously embraced by animation buffs and watched nervously by parents who weren't quite sure what their children were witnessing. This was no longer just children's programming, it was a movement.
The red blocks are all mixed with the blue ones, and the squares are with the triangles, and you don't even care! You really don't care!
Over the years, the original NickToons evolved into more than just programming. They became shorthand for a generation's cultural literacy. Doug's alter ego, Quail Man, became a symbol for awkward heroism, a preteen power fantasy that resonated long after kids turned off the TV. The show's signature musical stings and journal narration format have been parodied in everything from Robot Chicken to fan-made animations, embedding Doug deeper into nostalgia's grip. Rugrats took it even further. With over 170 episodes, 3 theatrical films, and a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, it became the face of 1990s Nickelodeon. Chucky's neurotic wisdom, Angelica's lovable villainy, and Tommy's endless curiosity created a universe that invited endless quoting and cosplay. Holiday specials like a Rugrats Passover weren't just clever, they broke new ground for Jewish representation in kids' media, and are still aired annually. Then there's Ren and Stimpy. Arguably the most influential in terms of animation style. Its zoom-ins on grotesque facial details, its sudden tonal shifts, and its willingness to get weird inspired a whole generation of animators. Shows like SpongeBob SquarePants, Adventure Time, and Rick and Morty all owe a creative debt to its trailblazing energy. Even meme culture reflects Ren and Stimpy's DNA. Reaction faces, absurd screenshots, and surreal humor drawn from the show remain popular decades later. The original Nicktoons didn't just leave a mark, they rewrote the rulebook. And audiences, whether they knew it or not, were watching the birth of a new language in animation.
Hey, maybe Ren is somewhere being sad. I will make him happy again.
Did you know that Fred Newman, the voice behind many of Doug's iconic sound effects, improvised most of the show's quirky noises with his mouth and household items? Or that the creators of Rugrats were initially unsure if viewers would even accept a show where most of the dialogue came from babies? How about this? John Kricfalusi based the look of Ren on a deranged Chihuahua photo he found in a postcard rack, while Stimpy was inspired by a cat he had drawn as a teenager. Another nugget, Doug's fictional hometown of Bluffington was heavily inspired by Richmond, Virginia, where Jenkins grew up. In fact, many of the street names and buildings in the show are direct nods to real places from his childhood. Rugrats, meanwhile, pioneered the now common trope of adult jokes hidden in children's animation. Though always subtle, sharp-eyed adults could often catch witty references layered into the scripts. And Ren and Stimpy, it pushed the boundaries of what was acceptable on children's TV so far that it was often censored overseas and even pulled from certain local networks in the US.
Dougie, the day you direct me, I will just... well, I don't know what I'll do.
As pioneering as they were, the original Nicktoons weren't without conflict. The Ren and Stimpy show faced the most publicized turmoil. John Kricfalusi was famously fired from his own creation in 1992 due to missed deadlines and escalating tensions with Nickelodeon. Under Games Animation, the show continued, but never quite regained the anarchic spark of its earliest episodes. Later revelations about Kricfalusi's conduct also cast a shadow over the show's legacy, complicating how many fans engage with the series today. Doug faced a different kind of controversy when it was acquired by Disney in 1996. While the show continued for 3 more seasons, many fans felt the tone shifted, losing its homespun charm in favor of a slicker, more commercialized feel. Some character designs changed, and critics noted the storytelling lacked the subtlety of its Nickelodeon origins. Rugrats, though generally well received throughout its run, did stir occasional debate, particularly for its portrayal of certain cultural or religious themes. Some critics took issue with its depiction of overbearing parents or feared children might imitate Angelica's bratty behavior, but by and large, it remained a beloved mainstay, and any backlash was far outweighed by its acclaim.
I give you Ice Cream Mountain! Dig in!
If the measure of a show's greatness is how long it echoes after it ends, then the original Nicktoons are immortal. Doug paved the way for sensitive, introspective animated protagonists, kids who didn't need to punch their way through problems. Its emotional storytelling was a precursor to series like Hey Arnold and Steven Universe. Rugrats introduced audiences to a world where kids could be philosophers, adventurers, and truth-tellers, influencing a generation of shows that took children's perspectives seriously. And Ren and Stimpy, it blasted open the doors for adult animation. Its legacy can be traced directly to shows like Beavis and Butthead, South Park, and Family Guy. It proved that there was an audience for irreverence and absurdity, and that cartoons could be platforms for bold, challenging humor. Though its creator's legacy is troubled, the artistic influence of Ren and Stimpy is undeniable. Together, these 3 shows launched a golden era of animation. They taught networks to trust creators, pushed boundaries in tone and content, and turned Nickelodeon from a struggling cable channel into a cultural powerhouse. Their DNA lives on in modern animation, fan communities, and perhaps most of all, in the countless adults who still hum these theme songs under their breath. So whether you were a Quailman disciple, a Reptar fanatic, or a fan of powdered toast flying through surreal dimensions, the original Nicktoons offered something unforgettable. They shaped more than television, They shaped imaginations. They proved that kids could handle honesty, that weird was wonderful, and that cartoons could have heart, humor, and an edge. And of course, these three shows will always be remembered for their role in helping launch Nickelodeon's Orange Blimp into the sky. How did a show about a ragtag group of students at a humble community college become a cult icon, blending razor-sharp humor, meta storytelling, and a genuine heart into something entirely unique? Over 6 seasons, Community defied television norms, weathered creative upheaval, fought for its very survival, and inspired one of the most loyal fan movements in TV history. Today, we'll journey through its origins, its behind-the-scenes drama, its cultural footprint, and its still unfolding future. This is the nerd history of Community.
I hereby pronounce you a community.
Oh, that's nice.
At first glance, the premise of Community sounded almost quaint. In 2009, NBC premiered the story of Jeff Winger, a fast-talking lawyer caught with a fake college degree, who is forced to enroll at Greendale Community College to earn a legitimate one. What begins as a manipulative ploy to charm classmate Britta Perry by creating a fake study group quickly evolves into something much deeper. This accidental group attracts a mismatched collection of personalities: earnest overachiever Annie Edison, pop culture-obsessed Abed Nadir, big-hearted but naive Troy Barnes, devout and motherly Shirley Bennett, and eccentric millionaire Pierce Hawthorne. Together, they form a found family, even if it's one that bickers, schemes, and sometimes goes to war with paintball guns. The show's creator, Dan Harmon, drew directly from his own experiences attending community college in Glendale, California. Harmon was already known for his obsessive approach to story structure, having developed a writing tool called the Story Circle, a streamlined version of Joseph Campbell's hero's journey. That structure would guide Community's episodes, ensuring even the wildest genre parodies had a strong emotional spine. NBC slotted Community into its celebrated Thursday night comedy lineup, alongside shows like The Office and 30 Rock, but few could have predicted just how weird and wonderful this newcomer would get.
Show's gonna last 3 weeks! 6 seasons and a movie!
From the start, casting was key to the show's magic. Joe McHale brought charm and bite to Jeff Winger, while Gillian Jacobs gave Britta a dry wit that often clashed hilariously with Jeff's arrogance. Allison Bree's Annie was both sweet and unexpectedly fierce. Danny Pudi's Abed was a socially awkward but emotionally perceptive pop culture savant. Donald Glover's Troy transformed from jock to lovable goofball. Yvette Nicole Brown's Shirley balanced moral compass with comedic timing. And Kim Jong's Chang, well, he defied description entirely. Add Chevy Chase's Pierce Hawthorne, an unpredictable wildcard both in character and in real life, and you had a volatile but electrifying mix. However, that volatility was real. Harmon's perfectionism and Chevy Chase's improvisational unpredictability sometimes clashed, leading to tensions on set. By the end of Season 3, NBC made the shocking decision to fire Harmon, replacing him with new showrunners for Season 4. The result is what fans dubbed the Gas Leak Year, a season that, while still occasionally funny, lacked the razor-sharp meta commentary and emotional depth that had defined the show. In a rare twist for network TV, Harmon was brought back for season 5, restoring much of the show's original energy. Unfortunately, low ratings persisted, and NBC pulled the plug. That could have been the end, but in a move that mirrored one of its own improbable storylines, Community was rescued by Yahoo Screen for a 6th season. While the platform's reach was limited, the show's core remained intact, and fans could at least close the book on 6 full seasons.
When have we ever put ourselves before the group?
You want examples?
I think they want some examples, Pierce.
Okay, let's give them some examples. Troy, drop a beat.
From the very first episodes, critics recognized Community as something special. Its ability to blend heartfelt character arcs with playful genre experimentation set it apart from traditional sitcoms. Episodes like Modern Warfare turned a campus paintball game into a full-blown action movie parody. Cooperative Calligraphy took the classic bottle episode trope and turned it into a masterclass in escalating comedic tension. Abed's Uncontrollable Christmas transformed the cast into stop-motion puppets for a surprisingly emotional holiday story. Despite critical praise, the show never became a ratings juggernaut, but what it lacked in mass appeal, it more than made up for in fan devotion. Viewers weren't just watching Community, they were rewatching it, dissecting it, quoting it, and recommending it with evangelical fervor. This passion fueled campaigns like #SaveCommunity and the rallying cry 6 seasons and a movie, a joke from within the show that became a prophecy fans were determined to fulfill.
I thought those blowguns had us dead to rights.
What on beta earth do they want from us, Inspector?
Question isn't what they want from us, Constable, but when.
In many ways, Community was a sitcom tailor-made for the internet age. Its endless pop culture references, meta-jokes, and high-concept episodes made it endlessly quotable and meme-worthy. Abed's "cool, cool, cool" became a fan-favorite catchphrase. The concept of the darkest timeline from the episode Remedial Chaos Theory spawned countless fan theories, memes, and even occasional real-world shorthand for when things took a disastrous turn. Then there was Inspector Spacetime, a pitch-perfect parody of Doctor Who, which quickly escaped the bounds of the show and became its own fan-created sub-universe. Even throwaway gags like Troy walking into a room holding pizzas only to discover total chaos became viral GIFs. Long before binge culture and reaction GIFs dominated online conversation, Community was planting seeds for the way TV and internet fandom would intertwine.
And so on, and so on, and so on, etc.
Did you just mispronounce etc.?
My Latin class is fake, Jeff.
Dan Harmon's story circle ensured every episode, no matter how outlandish, had a clear beginning, middle, and end rooted in character growth. Many episode titles were styled like college courses. Introduction to Film, Cooperative Calligraphy, Advanced Dungeons & Dragons, adding a thematic cohesion to the show's academic setting. Speaking of Dungeons & Dragons, that episode became one of the most beloved in the series, using the tabletop game as a way to explore emotional healing and friendship. The stop-motion Christmas episode was completed in just a few weeks, an ambitious feat that required the actors to record dialogue well before the animators could begin bringing their puppet counterparts to life. The show also boasted a surprising number of guest stars, including John Oliver in a recurring role as Professor Ian Duncan, Jack Black as a would-be study group member, and even Betty White as an eccentric anthropology professor.
Awesome, yo.
So we just gonna ignore that hate crime, huh?
I'm a dark elf or a drow.
Shouldn't you be wearing armor or something?
I'm an elf, not a nerd.
While most of the show's legacy is beloved, there were bumps along the way. The firing of Dan Harmon created a rift in the fan base and a noticeable dip in creative energy. Chevy Chase's on-set behavior sometimes made headlines, and his eventual departure before the end of the series was a mix of creative differences and personal disputes. One of the show's most acclaimed episodes, Advanced Dungeons & Dragons, was temporarily removed from streaming platforms due to a scene involving Chang wearing dark makeup as a part of his drow costume, which some viewers interpreted as blackface. While the intent was a parody of role-playing tropes, the removal sparked debate about context and intent in comedy.
Excuse us.
Community's influence reaches far beyond its original run. It launched the careers of key cast and crew. Donald Glover would go on to create Atlanta and star in Solo: A Star Wars Story, while directors Joe and Anthony Russo became the architects of Marvel's Avengers: Infinity War and Endgame, as well as directing the second and third Captain America movies. In fact, key eyes can spot several Community actors making cameos across the Russo brothers' MCU movies. The show's willingness to deconstruct television itself paved the way for other meta-driven comedies and proved that network sitcoms could be both wildly experimental and emotionally resonant. And of course, there's that enduring promise: 6 seasons and a movie. Fans kept the rallying cry alive long after the finale, turning it into one of the most famous examples of a fan-driven movement in television history. In 2022, the dream became real. Peacock officially announced that a Community movie was in development, with Dan Harmon returning to write alongside longtime producer Andrew Guest. Much of the original cast has signed on, and Harmon has confirmed the script is finished. Scheduling and industry delays have slowed progress, but the project remains very much alive. Cast members like Alison Brie and Ken Jeong have expressed excitement after reading the script, promising that it captures the spirit of the series while giving the characters a satisfying new chapter. The movie may be taking its time, but fans are used to waiting. After all, what's a little more anticipation for a group that has already survived cancellation, resurrection, and the ghastly year?
Harrison Ford is irradiating her testicles with microwave satellite transmissions!
Community is more than just a sitcom. It's proof that television can be as bold, strange, and heartfelt as its creators dare to make it. It survived network politics, creative turbulence, and low ratings, not because it played it safe, but because it didn't. Its fans are still here, still quoting, still rewatching, still waiting for that movie. And when it finally arrives, it won't be just a continuation of a story. It will be the fulfillment of a promise made years ago in a throwaway joke, a testament to the persistence of creativity and community alike. Back to the Future Part 2. The film that asked, what if we made a sequel that is not only bigger than the first, but essentially 3 movies stitched together with the manic energy of Doc Brown after too much Pepsi-Free? Released in 1989, this second chapter in the time-hopping saga dared to leap boldly into the far-flung world of 2015. A glittering techno-fantasy of flying cars, sky-high highways, self-drying jackets, and more neon than a Vegas buffet sign. But the movie is far more than its hoverboards and holographic sharks. It's an ambitious chronicle of timelines gone wrong, the butterfly effect disaster that ensues when a sports almanac falls into the wrong hands, and the sort of family dysfunction that can only be solved by time travel and a good pep talk from your future self. It's also a fascinating artifact of late 80s futurism, half prophetic, half delightfully misguided. As we begin this journey, imagine the tape recorder clicking on, the whir of reels spinning backward and forward in time. We're stepping into the story of how Back to the Future Part 2 attempted the impossible, creating a sequel worthy of one of Hollywood's most beloved adventures, while juggling alternate realities, multiple versions of every character, and an increasingly stressed production team trying to figure out how to show 2 Michael J. Foxes in the same shot. This is the nerd history of Back to the Future Part 2. first Back to the Future was a well-oiled DeLorean careening smoothly down a suburban street. Part 2 was, well, still a DeLorean, but this time someone had bolted 3 new engines onto the back and hoped for the best. The sequel began not with a clean slate, but with a cliffhanger, the ending of the first film. Doc swooping in wearing a mysterious future outfit, insisting Marty and Jennifer must go back to the future, had been added late in production as a playful tease rather than a contractual promise. But audiences loved it. Universal loved it. Suddenly, director Robert Zemeckis and writer Bob Gale had to answer the question, okay, but what actually happens in the future? Cue the caffeine. One of the boldest decisions was to make not 1, but 2 sequels at once. Filming parts 2 and 3 back-to-back was partly a creative choice and partly an act of survival. Zemeckis famously said he didn't want to spend another 5 years living in Back to the Future land. This overlapping production schedule meant actors were being whisked between Hill Valley 2015, a dystopian 1985, and the Old West all within weeks. An experience likened by cast members to time travel in its own right. Michael J. Fox was asked to play not only Marty McFly, but Marty's son, Marty's daughter, and multiple versions of future and past Marty. The filmmakers leaned heavily on cutting-edge motion-controlled cameras to pull these scenes off. These rigs could replicate the camera's path with machine precision, allowing Fox to perform the same scene in multiple positions that were later stitched together. At the time, the technology was so advanced that the crew joked the cameras were more punctual than some of the actors. Behind the scenes, not everything was smooth cruising at 88 miles per hour. Crispin Glover, who played George McFly, did not return for the sequels, leading to rewrites and some inventive stunt casting. The production used another actor in prosthetics for George's brief appearances and incorporated upside-down shots to help mask the change. The decision later sparked a famous lawsuit that reshaped Hollywood's rules about using an actor's likeness, one of the film's most unintended legacies. Part 2 pushed effects studios to the brink. Industrial Light and Magic conjured flying cars, expandable jackets, and holographic billboards, using a clever mix of optical compositing, miniatures, and emerging digital wizardry. Though modern audiences might spot a seam or two, the film represented a massive leap forward in visual effects and quite literally changed what audiences expected from cinematic futures. And here's a fun bit of production trivia. Robert Zemeckis was directing Part 2 by day and simultaneously finishing Who Framed Roger Rabbit by night. This meant he was routinely pulling 20-hour days and sleeping in short bursts. It's a minor miracle the man didn't start hallucinating cartoon DeLoreans. If cinematic time travel has taught us anything, it's that the future is usually less a prediction and more a mirror held up to the era imagining it. And Back to the Future Part 2 offers perhaps the most charmingly 80s mirror ever tilted toward the 21st century. A place where technology advances at breakneck speed, corporate logos glow like radioactive billboards, and fashion is aggressively shiny. The film's version of 2015 greets Marty and Doc with airborne traffic lanes stacked like pancakes, a world where parallel parking is a quaint relic. This vision springs from 1980s confidence and technological acceleration. If we got the microchip and the Walkman in one decade, surely the next 30 years would give us flying sedans. The production team leaned into retro futurism, designing a skyline that looked like Blade Runner's cheerful cousin, right down to the holographic marketing predators leaping out at pedestrians. And the hoverboard. Perhaps the most beloved fictional product never mass-produced, unless you count those wheeled hoverboards that only hover in spirit and in no other measurable way. The idea was simple. Take the skateboard, a cultural icon of the decade, and imagine its natural evolution once we conquer gravity. To create the effect, the crew used rigs, wires, and clever set tricks, then swore in interviews with straight faces that the boards were real but too dangerous for the public. This deadpan joke worked a little too well. Toy stores were inundated with calls from kids demanding hoverboards, parents demanding answers, and Mattel presumably wondering why they were being blamed for not inventing anti-gravity. The costume designers unleashed a future where clothes inflate, shrink, self-dry, and self-lace at the touch of a button. Marty's self-adjusting jacket is a minor miracle of puppetry, and the Nike high tops, complete with power laces, became a holy grail for sneakerheads. Decades later, Nike would indeed produce a limited charity-focused version of the shoes, proving that sometimes life imitates art when marketing departments are sufficiently motivated. Marty's future home is an Aladdin's cave of blinking gadgets. It's a place where a giant screen TV lives in every wall, where video calls are routine, where biometric ID is standard, and where fruit descends from the ceiling in mechanical bowls like the world's least practical chandelier. The film even predicts a certain degree of smart home automation, though its vision leans more toward busy control panels than sleek touchscreens. What's most endearing about the 2015 of Back to the Future Part 2 isn't its accuracy, or lack thereof, but its optimism. Even the chaotic bits, oversized holograms, fashion disasters, and runaway hoverboard gangs feel like symptoms of a society having too much fun with its inventions. It's a future imagined with a grin. If the future of 2015 was all neon optimism and levitating toys, the alternate 1985 is its grimy, leather-clad counterpart, a vision of what happens when one small sports almanac kickstarts a butterfly effect big enough to swan dive off the clock tower. In Back to the Future Part 2, this dark detour is more than a plot twist. It's a cautionary fable wrapped in a funhouse mirror version of Hill Valley. The dystopian 1985 springs from Biff Tannen's acquisition of the 2015 Sports Almanac, a gift from his future self, and the narrative equivalent of giving a hyena the keys to a butcher shop. By betting his way to astronomical wealth, Biff reshapes the town, the economy, and most unsettlingly, the McFly family itself. The film makes the point with ruthless swiftness. A billionaire Biff doesn't just win, he rewrites morality in his own image. The idyllic American town introduced in the first film becomes a wasteland swallowed by crime, greed, and towering neon signs shouting Biff's cultural supremacy. Casinos replace courts, law enforcement appears overwhelmed, and even the high school has gone delinquent. The art direction leans heavily on exaggerated noir tropes, graffiti, boarded windows, and a distinctly oppressive color palette. It's a portrait of decay that stands in stark contrast to the technological sparkle of 2015. At the heart of this twisted reality stands the Biff Tannen Pleasure Paradise, a gaudy casino hotel that looks as if Vegas and a Bond villain lair had an argument and merged out of spite. Inside, we find Biff himself, sporting a wardrobe of villainous luxury and living a lifestyle enabled by exploitation masquerading as success. The film doesn't moralize overtly, but the visual storytelling leaves no ambiguity. Unchecked power corrodes everything around it. For Marty, this timeline is a waking nightmare. His neighborhood has collapsed into chaos, his father has been murdered, and his mother is trapped in a manipulative marriage to a man she despises. The film navigates this material carefully. It's still a family adventure after all, but it doesn't shy away from showing the human cost of an altered timeline. Here, the stakes of time travel are no longer theoretical, they're painfully personal. There is, however, a flicker of brightness. In this dark 1985, Doc Brown's house, converted into a refuge of invention and eccentricity, remains an anchor of sanity. It's a nice moment that subtly highlights Doc's moral compass. Even in the worst of timelines, he's still working, still tinkering, still striving to do good. And to his credit, his inventions appear largely unburned. Narratively, the alternate 1985 is the story's point of no return, the dramatic fulcrum that forces Marty and Doc to reckon with the consequences of their own adventures. It turns time travel from a whimsical ride into a responsibility, and in terms of tone, it gives the film a darker middle act that heightens the thrill of the eventual restoration. Time travel in Back to the Future Part 2 isn't merely a plot device. It's an entire ecosystem of rules, loopholes, paradoxes, and enough whiteboard logic to make a physicist gently set down their coffee and say, "I have questions." But for the purposes of cinematic storytelling, the series leans on a surprisingly sturdy framework, one that becomes especially intricate in the second film. Let's step into Doc Brown's mental chalkboard. The trilogy's foundational premise is that time is malleable. Alter one key event, and the timeline branches into a new reality with its own consequences. The alternate 1985 is the most dramatic example. Old Biff's meddling in 1955 doesn't alter the original timeline, it creates an entirely new one. And crucially, Marty and Doc land in that reality, because the DeLorean locks onto the timeline in which the destination period exists. This is the franchise's clearest rule. Time travel doesn't overwrite the original timeline, it creates a new one, and travel follows the new branch. It's also one of the most elegant ways to avoid paradoxes, theoretically. Part 2 is packed with duplicates, 2 Martys, 2 Biffs, 2 Docs, sometimes all operating within minutes of each other. The rule is simple but dangerous. Multiple versions of the same person can coexist as long as they don't make direct contact. The risk, Doc warns, is a temporal paradox that would destroy the universe. Or it could just destroy that person, hard to predict. Science, maybe not. Dramatic, absolutely. This rule gives us one of the film's great joys, watching Marty navigate 1955 while carefully avoiding his other self from the first movie. Changes take time to propagate. An idea hinted at in the first film, but much more visible in Part 2. Marty's siblings fading from a photograph is a classic example from the original. In Part 2, Marty and Doc return to 1985 without first realizing it's the wrong 1985. The timeline hasn't snapped into place for them yet because they didn't live through the branching point. In other words, time travelers don't retroactively experience the consequences of timeline changes until they return to their own present. This allows for dramatic reveals, like the dystopian Hill Valley surprise waiting at home. Here's where the film gets philosophical in a charmingly Doc Brown way. Doc insists the future hasn't happened yet, so it can be changed. This contradiction is resolved with a single narrative principle. The future can be changed, but only if time travelers intervene before a given event becomes locked into their personal timeline. Thus, Marty can prevent becoming a failed musician, avoid the car accident incident, and spare his future kids from disaster. But once a traveler enters a new branch, that branch becomes their reality. Time in Back to the Future treats personal experience as the anchor. Your present is wherever you're standing, and your actions determine which branch you follow. A bit messy, sure, but dramatically satisfying. The Sports Almanac storyline dramatizes the central tension of all time travel fiction. If knowledge is power, then future knowledge is infinite power. Give it to the wrong person, Biff, and the result is disaster. Give it to the right person, Marty, and the film avoids letting him exploit it, because the moral isn't win big on the ponies, but rather choices matter more than shortcuts. It's a character rule disguised as a temporal rule. Even when the logic gets fuzzy, the series maintains a crucial internal consistency. Actions have consequences. Cause and effect always matters, even when scrambled across decades. And Part 2, more than any other entry in the series, revels in showing the machinery of time travel up close, rewinding, replaying, and reshaping events like a cosmic editor splicing film. Some films leave a mark. Back to the Future Part 2 left a hoverboard-shaped crater in the collective imagination. Though the original film often gets the lion's share of reverence, the sequel became the myth engine, the entry that reshaped how an entire generation thought about technology, the future, and the deliciously maddening possibilities of time travel. Let's glide, hoverboard optional, into its legacy. For decades, the year 2015 wasn't just a number on a calendar. It was the benchmark for futurism. Journalists, tech companies, fans, and board office workers all spent the mid-2010s comparing reality with the film's predictions. Flying cars? Still grounded. Self-drying jackets? Waiting. Hoverboards? Sort of, if you tilt your head and squint a little. But the charming truth emerged. The film shaped our expectations as much as, or more than, it predicted them. Sneaker culture erupted when Nike's self-lacing mags finally became real, released in limited charity auctions, prompting sneakerheads worldwide to shed quiet, reverent tears. Smart glasses, video calls, fingerprint locks, and giant multi-channel screens all became mainstream, echoing ideas the movie tossed out with casual 1989 swagger. If there is a single prop more iconic than the DeLorean itself, it might be the hoverboard. Its pop cultural aftershocks were enormous. Skaters treated it like a holy grail. Kids demanded them for Christmas for decades. Magicians, tinkerers, and futurists attempted prototypes, some using electromagnets, others using sheer stubbornness. Even when hoverboards, quote-unquote, with wheels became a fad, the name endured because Back to the Future Part 2 defined it. The film didn't just imagine a toy, it minted a permanent symbol of the future. Part 2 also popularized an entire mode of sci-fi storytelling, revisiting earlier scenes from new angles. Its 1955 on 1955 structure was groundbreaking, a kind of cinematic recursion that later inspired films like Avengers Endgame, where characters also sneak around past events trying not to bump into their earlier selves. The trick felt clever, nostalgic, and meta before meta was a marketing term. The film's future is the kind of future only the 80s could dream up. Bold, neon, gadget-heavy, that retro-futuristic aesthetic became a cultural touchstone, influencing everything from fashion editorials to synthwave album covers to theme park rides. It helps cement the idea that futures can be playful, not just dystopian. Even its comedic beats, fax machines everywhere, became beloved memes, especially once reality leapt past those technologies and left them rusting behind. Before multiverses were the superhero genre's default setting, Back to the Future Part 2 gave the public a crash course in branching realities. It didn't use quantum jargon, it didn't need to. Instead, it made the concept intuitive. Change one thing, get a new world. This becomes foundational for countless shows, films, and comic arcs that followed. And despite Ant-Man's conclusion in Endgame, Back to the Future is not a bunch of BS. Endgame largely follows the exact same rules of time travel. Ultimately, Part 2 became one of the rare sequels whose influence radiates beyond the franchise itself. It shaped how we think about the near future, personal technology, alternate timelines, recursive storytelling, and of course, the eternal disappointment of gravity. It's not just a movie, it's a reference point, one invoked whenever we dream, joke, or speculate about what tomorrow might hold. And so we coast back to our own timeline, the DeLorean humming as it eases beneath the speed limit, its flux capacitor cooling from another adventure well won. Back to the Future Part 2 remains a rare breed of sequel, daring, chaotic, ambitious, and endlessly quotable. It gave us hoverboards that never were, timelines that bent like pretzels, and a vision of the future so delightfully bold that even its inaccuracies became part of its charm. More than that, it expanded the universe of Hill Valley into something richer and stranger, a place where past and future dance, collide, and occasionally yell at each other across rooftops. Through its wild structure and inventive effects, it invited viewers to imagine themselves as stewards of their own timelines, shaping tomorrow not by almanacs or accidents, but by choices. As we close the documentary reel, the whir of tape slows, the final click echoes, and we step back into our own world, one where the future may not have flying cars, but it still holds plenty of wonder, because the future is what you make of it. So make it a good one. Thank you for joining me for the Nerd History of Back to the Future Part 2. This is how the Nerd History podcast is going to go moving forward. We have rebranded to Nerd History Documentaries, and we'll be leaning more heavily on our documentary content. Currently, we're shooting for one a month. We might be able to sneak a few more in here or there. That's about all the bandwidth that we have at the moment, but we are trying to put as much love and care into these as we can. And occasionally, my wife will join me for a special discussion episode that we will add as a bonus here and there, or maybe I'll have a few other guests on, too, to discuss specific nerdy topics. But for now, thank you so much for listening. We hope you will continue listening, audio versions on Spotify or your favorite podcast app, or right here on YouTube. I am Radio Matt. We are a proud part of the LTN Podcast Network, and remember, Jesus loves you, nerds.